For the broadcast on this May 1st, 2025. Tonight, I'm going to be joined by former U.S. Congressman Jason Lewis. You know, whenever Jason Lewis and I get together, we just love talking back and forth and exchanging ideas. And you know what? I want to talk to him about some of the articles over at his Substack. I want to talk about the next pope. Will the church make a correction? Will the Catholic Church make a correction or not? Particularly when you got most of these cardinals now having been picked by Pope Francis himself. We'll talk about that. We'll talk about the war that could be coming if the neocons have their way, who seem to just be so aggressively calling for bombing Iran. We'll talk about that, see what Jason Lewis thinks about that. We'll also talk about tariffs. What does he think about the idea of the tariffs? How's that working out? And what does he think about that? So we've got a lot to talk about with Jason Lewis, one of our favorites, longtime friend. Jason and I have been friends a long time. You remember him having his own national show and being a regular guest host of Rush Limbaugh, and of course, a U.S. congressman in his own right. We'll also be joined tonight by Patrick Wood. How about the idea of having your eye scanned? And that's how you're going to get into all your devices. So are you tired of trying to remember all your passwords? Well, Sam Altman says, let me just scan your eye, and then we'll set this up, and everything will be tied to that. Everything, your banking, social media, everything. In fact, I think Altman wants to do another social media platform, right? Well, apparently there's a race on between Sam Altman, and Elon Musk. And I guess Altman is willing to pay you to go somewhere and get your eyeball scanned to pick up your retina, your biometrics. Why would you do that? Why would you want to do that? I guess you get paid to do it. I don't know. No, thank you. But what about the reason he wants it? Why does Sam Altman reportedly want all of these biometrics? Is it a race for biometrics? Talk about that and more with Patrick Wood. Let's see. We're going to be joined also by Annie Cyrus, born and raised in Iran. Let's talk about negotiations with Iran. Where is this going? Is this simply Iran dragging their feet, stalling? Are they going to do this through the entire Trump administration? Or is President Trump not going to tolerate that? He also put out a tweet today, he being President Trump, about those who keep buying petroleum products from Iran. President Trump says you're going to be in big trouble, folks, the countries that keep doing that. We'll talk to Annie Cyrus about that and the takedown of Texas. She has a brand new article out about Texas and the Islamists in Texas and where they're targeting. Does she see a Muslim Speaker of the House in the U.S. House of Representatives in the coming years? Does she? We'll talk to her about that. Let's see who else we're going to have join us tonight. We're also going to talk to Mike and Wes Peters. Now some guys are calling for $6,000 an ounce gold. And then Dr. Basma Williams joins us to talk about more about 5G, the impact on our health, and so many other health issues. Another weekly conversation with Dr. Williams, who's a medical doctor, but also into functional medicine. Spent 3 years being trained in that. What a great combination. Functional medicine and MD. And look who's made an appearance to say, hello, y'all. What's up, y'all? You doing good? You doing good? All right. Dolly's in the house tonight. Dolly, our studio dog, Dolly. All right. So, folks, remember, we're brought to you by you. Now, tomorrow night we'll be running a best of. It'll be a good one. Don't worry. Because we'll be traveling. We're headed to the nation's capital, as you know, and we have a lot of filming to do. Jason Lewis and I were talking about that, and he said to me, how long will you be there? And I told him, he said, well, you're going to have time to get a lot of great stuff. So he thought it was really important to do. I think it's really important to do as well. We're going to be producing a lot of real short format documentaries, 15 to 30-minute documentaries on key places and historical places. I spent the day, or this morning, with my coffee, this morning early, researching one of the sites. Again, I'm not going to tell you, because I don't want anyone bothering us. Not that maybe I would, but I just rather not. So when I get back and we tell you where we've been and what we're going to post-edit, we've already done some interviews with some people, some historical figures, by the way, over the years. And this site we're talking about, all I got to do is be able to go in and pull out some sound bites from them from those interviews to fit with this documentary. And when we do tell you what site we're going to, you're going to go, now that is a really cool idea. That is definitely a historical site. So anyway, you could spend months and months, maybe years in Washington, D.C. area filming historical sites and telling you what went on here. I mean, right here on this very spot, this is what happened. I mean, it's pretty cool. It really is when you think about it. So we're going to D.C. We leave tomorrow on Friday. And we need your support, folks, to have a budget for it. We not only got to cover our normal expenses, but raise the revenue and the support to pay for the permits we've had to buy with the National Park Service, renting the motor coach, paying the driver to take us out there in a good time frame, and then hauling all of our camera equipment and all that, the lodging once we get there. So again, we need your support, and we're going to come back and bring you guys lots of great programming. So if you're like, this is really cool, I'm glad he's doing it, yeah, well then help us pay for it, because we're going to bring it to you free. I can't keep bringing you free platforms like Roku and iOS app and Android, and Apple TV should be coming soon. Maybe in the next day or so, we're told Apple TV. Can't keep doing free platforms, free programming, and then taking trips to go produce new programming without having support. And to all of you that are supporting us, thank you, thank you, thank you. To those who are not, please consider doing so. And if you could, some of you, would you consider going to worldviewfoundation.com right now and making a contribution? Can you do $250, $500, $1,000? Some of you could do a quick $250 right now. You can do it. It's in your budget. You've been blessed. You can do $500, maybe $1,000. Can you? Worldviewfoundation.com. Help us right now as we get ready to leave tomorrow. And never underestimate a $10 contribution. I've actually had emails, people say, I'd love to support you, but I figure my $10 a month wouldn't matter. No, most of our contributions are small contributions, and they all add up, are important. So thank you. Worldviewfoundation.com. You'll also find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. And if you'd like to use the phone number, you can text Melissa on that number and or leave a voicemail. She'll get back to you, and you can make a contribution with her help over the phone. Now, also, don't forget, another way you can support us is by going to worldviewtube.com/sponsors. What are you doing under there? worldviewtube.com/sponsors. And, of course, you find all the great products that I take every day, like my Gatatana, which I also give to Dolly. You'll find the Bella Grace, which I take every day. And you'll find the Numi, which has got the glutathione that I swish every day with, that detoxes your cells. And yes, we're taking all that with us out of town, because Dolly cannot be without her Gatatana, and neither can I. And I'm definitely going to need it on this trip for 8 days, because we're going to be up early and up late. We're going to be burning the candle at both ends, Dolly. Dolly, you've never been to the nation's capital, have you? Logan hasn't been since he was a little feller. I mean, just a few months old. He was at the White House when he was just a few months old. But this will be a first trip for Logan to even remember any of this. But we're going to be burning the candle at both ends, because we're only there for a limited time. We can sleep when we get back, because we got a lot of footage together, folks, to bring you great programming, historical, patriotic, educational programming, and some great interviews. So I'm going to be taking my Bella Grace, my Numi, my Gatatana. I'll be taking all that with me. So go there to worldviewtube.com/sponsors, worldviewtube.com/sponsors. Use these sponsors, folks. Their products are awesome, and they support us with every purchase you make. They don't just give us money unless you make a purchase. So please use these products. Get subscriptions to these products that have them, like we know that Gatatana has a subscription. Bella Grace has a subscription. Numi has a subscription. Of course, the water is important. Drinking the right water that doesn't have chemicals in it, unless you like drinking chemicals that cause cancer, which I don't think you do. So do what I do, and that's have this great water purifier from worldviewwater.net. Check all this out, folks, because we're brought to you by you. And these ways, our sponsors and our foundation, folks, is how we do it. Joining me now is former U.S. Congressman Jason Lewis. Jason, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us. Great to see you again. Hope all's going well with you and your lovely family.
It is. I'm working hard on my Substack newsletter every week. Just had a new one, a newsletter out yesterday about how money is the root of all evil in politics. It may be great for the marketplace as a standard of value and a medium of exchange, but in politics, where you've got a government monopoly, you mix money into that, And it is why we can't get rid of the swamp. So I encourage everybody to read Moneyball at jasonlewis.substack.com.
Well, let's talk about that. When you say money, how do these guys, are they pocketing the money personally, or does it go to their campaign? How do they get it into their personal pocket?
Well, in the Citizens United era, there's a couple of ways. We used to call it soft money, but now you've got independent expenditures because, and I agree with it, frankly, you can't prevent a bunch of businesses or unions getting together independent of a campaign and saying, we're going to exercise our First Amendment rights and take out a full-page ad, just like you might want to do. Worldview Foundation might want to do that at some point. So you can't say we're going to rescind the First Amendment. The danger is that these outside independent expenditures are becoming so powerful. So they are the Senate or the NRCC, the Chamber of Commerce, the Mitch McConnell Senate Leadership Fund. You've got the Congressional Leadership Fund. And here's what they do. They say, okay, Brandon, you can run for Congress in Tennessee if you like, but we're not going to play in your district and drop $3 million and basically get you over the finish line. Unless you're for global capitalism, because we're the chamber. Unless you are for more, international conflicts abroad, because we're a military industrial complex contractor and we need more contracts. Then we'll come into your district and we'll play and we'll rip your opponent. We just won't coordinate with you. And that much money involved has really distorted the playing field in many ways. Now, that's it used to be called soft money. That's really not accurate. That is outside independent expenditures. That's a huge problem. But the other problem are trade groups, PACs. Now, I can call Brandon if I'm running for Congress, say, Brandon, please donate $1,000. I can do that till I'm blue in the face. But if I'm an incumbent member of Congress in Washington, I can take one breakfast, one morning, at the Capitol Hill Club or the Democrat equivalent of that, and I can raise $10,000 in 2 cycles, just like that. And guess what those trade groups want? Well, whether they're big tech or big pharma, they want something. Mm-hmm. So, as Barry Goldwater and even Bob Dole once said, if you can't vote, you ought not be able to contribute. It's really pretty simple. And if you did that, it would probably solve a lot of problems. But now, how they get rich personally is not that direct. You can't expend it, take campaign money and spend it. I mean, you can ask who's the guy, the crazy guy Santos up in New York. Ask him how that worked out.
Right.
But what happens, and Pelosi and company, how they go to Washington, with a few $100,000 and come out multimillionaires. Well, the bizarre thing, and my opponent, by the way, was doing this in Minnesota at one particular point. They're trading on what would otherwise be classified to the layperson as insider information. So you're sitting on a committee in Congress about to regulate one industry at the behest of another. And you can trade? That's the accusation anyway. That's the allegation of how these people get rich. They're shorting stocks, or they're putting a put down, or buying a call. Pick your poison. But if they're trading on information that only they're getting as a committee member, that is hardly on the up and up. Peter Schweitzer has done good work on that on a number of his books, by the way.
And I think was it Josh Hawley? I'm going to go to it. Josh Hawley? Didn't he just put up? Yeah, Senator Hawley just put up this.
Oh, there you go. Yeah.
The Nancy Pelosi Act is what they're calling it.
Right. Well, remember, LBJ, long before all of the campaign finance rules that are in place today, which have failed to really work, but nevertheless, long before those, LBJ went to Washington as a quasi-retired school teacher and came out owning LBJ Radio and a bunch of other things. So, yeah, it's been around for quite some time, as I point out in the piece, but it is now with the amounts of money. And here's the dirty little secret. Why won't the media talk? You and I are talking about this on Worldview too, but why won't the media talk about it? Well, those millions of dollars, when my old congressional district in Minnesota, the 2nd congressional district, set a record last cycle in Minnesota state history for one congressional seat. Well, where's all that money going? Whether it's 10, 15, 20, 50, $100 million in a California Senate race, where's it going? It's going to the media to run campaign ads. Do you think they're going to report on it?
Wow. If they didn't have the campaigns and the pharmaceuticals, how would they stay in business?
Well, I mean, you're exactly right. It goes back to CNN lying about COVID time after time, and all of a sudden, this edition of CNN brought to you by Pfizer. I mean, they were going to tell us the truth. So you've got all these conflicts of interest, and really that's what sustains the swamp. And there's a whole lot of people that make a lot of money off expensive campaigns. I mean, they love these ridiculous campaigns, and the tragedy of it is, you either sell your soul to the highest bidder, or you're not going to run because you can't afford it unless you're a multi-billionaire. And so it's a real problem, and Republicans don't like to talk about it. But the fact, and the great irony in the Citizens United era is Democrats are benefiting more than Republicans. So Republicans ought to be leading the charge on doing something about some of this. But they've got just enough swamp creatures, and I name a few in the piece that prevent the Republicans from really getting their arms around this.
Let's go to another piece you wrote on your Substack. Tariff tantrums, Wall Street's false flag operation. Tell me about this one.
Don't you love the Wall Street Journal anymore? It used to be such a good newspaper. Now it is just a horrible rag. It is, a bunch of neocons on the editorial page wanting the next war, and out hardcore Kamala Harris left-wing liberals on the front page. But about halfway through this month, Trump's tariffs sink stock market. People fleeing for the streets. The market was down. And literally days after that editorial, that news item with the massive headline, the market took off like crazy. And now it's broke even for the month of April. But you never know it. With regard to the Wall Street Journal, which is a reflection of the street, a reflection of Wall Street. And Wall Street's false flag operation is that tariffs are going to sink the economy and that they are taxes and it's so bad. When in fact, it's bad for a few institutional investors. It's bad for global businesses who are buying their cheap toys from slave labor in China. But if you take the tariff money and you apply that to cutting income taxes in America, it's very good for the country. It's very good for domestic manufacturers. And frankly, it's not a tax because consumers may or may not pay a tariff. For instance, if the dollar becomes stronger, that will wipe out any extra cost of the tariff. China is already cutting deals with American importers on lowering their products, which wipes out the cost of the tariff, lowering the cost of the product. So there's a whole host of situations where the Wall Street and their acolytes in the media like to say it's a tax. It may or may not be a tax. We don't know. But wouldn't you rather tax foreign consumption than domestic production? You got a small businessman or woman in Memphis. You got a manufacturing facility there. Lower their taxes, and if you have to make up the difference, tax slave labor abroad. Tax Mexican government-owned factories paying their people $2 a day. It's kind of a no-brainer. And the original tariff man was none other than Alexander Hamilton, who said that's the way the federal government should raise their money. It's the least destructive tax. So that's the false flag is all about, it's the end of the world. Well, the market now is back up, 40,000, 41,000. It's not turning out that way.
Do you think President Trump is going to be able to get to this place where people that make $200,000 and under don't pay taxes, as his Secretary
Well, there'll
of
definitely
Treasury
be a number of people that won't. No, you're not going to be able to, with a $6.5 trillion federal budget, replace the income tax entirely with tariffs. But to your point, you set a threshold and say, let's take that tariff money and apply it to people making under this and reduce their income. That is entirely doable. It is entirely doable.
And what do you think that does to the economy and small business and just overall people buying, buy a car, put braces on their kids, remodel their, maybe remodel their bathroom?
Well, it's going to be very good for American manufacturers and very bad for foreign manufacturers. But that above and beyond the national security implications. And frankly, you can make the argument that it's not just military equipment. You wouldn't farm your tanks out to China. It's manufacturing in general. If you farm everything out to a foreign adversary, It doesn't matter that you say, well, we're going to still try to keep our military contractors happy here in America. You will not have enough manufacturing capacity should you have a world war to ramp things up. So manufacturing in and of itself is a national security issue, and we have hollowed out manufacturing. And here's again another example of the false flag, Brennan, and that is the old traditional sort of Milton Friedman line was, well, there's really no such thing as a trade deficit. Because if we buy more goods from them than they buy from us, they're holding dollars. And what can they do with those dollars? They can't spend them in China, so they come back, right? And in the old days, the argument was they'd come back and they'd open a plant in Nashville or Atlanta or Montgomery or someplace. And the employees at the plant don't care who's signing their check, although there is something a little bit untoward about everybody in America working for a foreign-owned company. But above and beyond that, that was the argument. You have a trade deficit here, you've got a capital surplus here, they wash out. Something happened in the era of big government that, again, places like the Wall Street Journal and others won't tell you. Why on earth, if you're Vietnam or if you're the European Union, which has been screwing us royally, quite frankly, or if you're China, and you've got all those surplus dollars because you're selling America so many cheap goods, and all that matters is consumers in America, well, then why on earth would they come back and open a factory in Memphis when they can open one in Mexico for 1/100th of the cost? They don't. So where do the dollars go? The dollars go to fund big government. The foreigners are now becoming some of the largest holders of treasury bills, which means they can control American interest rates. But more than that, they prop up big government so Biden could keep spending and spending and spending. So who thinks that running a trade deficit so foreigners can fund the Inflation Reduction Act, which is nothing more than a bunch of green subsidies, who thinks that's a good idea? So it can fund food stamps, so it can fund pick your favorite government program. So that is not coming back. And that's why we have so little manufacturing capacity left.
Wow. Let's go to the issue of World War. You mentioned it. Here on this broadcast, obviously, I think you know me enough to know I'm a supporter of the Jewish people. That doesn't mean I always support the Jewish state. In fact, the thing is, a lot of Americans don't understand. They think monolithic way when it comes to Israel. They don't realize Israel and America are very, very similar. Okay, you've got your left, your right, your Marxist, your conservative, your libertarians, your Orthodox, your atheists, your agnostics, your communists, whatever. Okay, you got that. And you have a deep state. Israel has a deep state, right? Right. So I'm for the Jewish people.
Yeah, that's the domestic rap against Netanyahu, is he's controlled by it,
right?
By
exactly.
Israelis who oppose him, right?
Yep. And so I'm for the people, but I don't always agree with the government. And I said to my audience many times now, I've got to be consistent. I don't want to see boots on the ground in Ukraine. I'm not interested in being a part of that. I don't want to see boots on the ground in Israel, in the Middle East. We can sell them jets. They can rip the avionics out and replace them, which I think they do. And great, we'll do this all day long. No problem. You can buy it. But this idea of us sending troops down there, over there and doing this, no. And then I hear guys like Mark Levin on X talking about how Iran should never be allowed to get a nuclear weapon. And I'm thinking, and I went off on a couple tangents on him on broadcast last night, because Peter Vincent Pry used to sit at this news desk. He was the CIA analyst. He was brilliant. This is what he did for the CIA, was Russia, nuclear weapons, all of this, EMP. And we produced his TV show. We produced his weekly radio show till he passed away a few years ago. He said here over and over why he named off all these other people that were high up in our government and very smart men who said, the evidence is pretty overwhelming. Iran already has the nuclear weapon. And that was a few years ago. He's been dead a few years. So when guys like Sean Hannity or Mark Levin, these guys keep talking about, we can't let Iran get the bomb. We can't let Iran get the bomb. I'm like, Guys, all the evidence points to the fact they already
Well, they're
got
doing
it.
a good job of boosting Raytheon stock, boosting Lockheed Martin stock, boosting every military contractor, because what they really want is boots on the ground in a war that would make Iraq look like a picnic.
Thank you.
You're talking millions of more people, massive territory, and we all know how well Iraq went. I mean, it would be a total disaster, and it could turn into World War III with nuclear weapons exchange, because Russia and China perhaps would certainly get in on it, and they have nukes. But that's why I love your program. You're not warped by the special interest, Brandon. That piece on Moneyball that we just talked about, I put an anecdote in there from Richard Reeves' wonderful biography of John Kennedy. About Kennedy had an anecdote in 1961, right before he took office, how he went to New York. And he said, and I literally quote what Reeves quoted Kennedy as saying, he goes, "I had the damnedest meeting last night in New York. I met with a group of well-heeled contributors, and they were also Zionists. And they said, if you let us have control of foreign policy the next 4 years, we will fund all of your campaigns." And the point is, and the point in Moneyball was, even our allies can get sucked into this and get America to do things it shouldn't otherwise do in a country that the founders thought would be pretty close to home. Remember, during the Suez Canal crisis, they tried to get Dwight D. Eisenhower, who knew a little something about war, involved in that. And he said, no, Egypt's got a point on this, and I'm not going to intervene. And I don't know if we'll ever solve that crisis in the Middle East. So Eisenhower was really the last one, and Reagan, who withdrew the troops from Beirut, were the last ones to say, yeah, we're going to have our allies back, to your point, but we're not going to get America involved in World War III over any of this stuff. And here's what's tragic, directly to your point about your fellow talk show host, and that is, they've taken a page right out of the DEI crowd, right out of the Occupy Wall Street, the Black Lives Matter crowd. And they basically have said this: here's our agenda. And Brandon, you can't disagree with it. And by the way, you're not really pro-Israel if you don't support troops on the ground and going to war and taking over the Middle East. And if you don't support that, you must be an anti-Semite.
That's right. That's right.
And that is, I mean, the DEI folks got nothing on those people. And that's tragic. That is, I know you personally. I know how close you are to the Jewish people and how much you support Israel. But to run around and call Tucker Carlson an anti-Semite or anybody that disagrees with them, that's nothing more than what the left does. And so I think you're 100% right. We can't afford to spend more blood and treasure on all of these foreign conflicts, because we're broke. And I'm not going to send somebody else's, I kid about the Wall Street Journal editorial page. They've never seen a war that they didn't want to send somebody else's kid to.
That's right.
And that is,
and that's what I said. That's what I keep saying. Does Mark Levin even have boys that are draft age? I don't think he does. Do these other guys have boys that are draft age?
Can you imagine being a mother or father and losing a child in a conflict that has no direct national security interest right now to America?
No, what a waste, what a heart. Well, my son works with me, right? So I wouldn't only be losing a son, I'd be losing a key part of our organization. And the next
country would lose the talent.
And the next the next generation, right? So you really think, talk about these families. And this is what happens. People who had their sons in the business, the family business, they not only lost their beloved son, they lost
everything.
A pillar of their family's history and future, their company.
I think that's one reason that Dwight D. Eisenhower was so anti-war and would just not commit troops abroad willy-nilly. And he, once we got out of Korea, he was the last president to not have any conflict and basically not have a war until hopefully this one. But I don't understand people's zeal for this. Do you know how horrible war is?
No, they don't. I don't think they do.
I don't think they do. If all the broken families and the shattered lives and the carnage and the pain and the suffering, to just say, oh, we need to be aggressive, we need to be hawkish, which, by the way, speaking of that, is the real story behind the departure of Michael Walls and being dispatched to the UN, where he can't do a lot of damage. This was not just the fact that he had, although this is bad enough, the Atlantic's phone number in his Rolodex, or Wong did, somebody in the group did. This is the fact that people like the vice president, others in the administration have been a little concerned about his zeal for deploying more troops abroad, especially against Iran, for quite some time. And this was really nothing more than the last straw. Now, people say, well, they didn't fire him. They sent him to the UN. Well, the UN is where people go to chit-chat, but really have no impact on policy.
Well, I've been saying to this audience and asking the experts I interview, what do you think would happen if we decide we're going to go in with Israel and we're going to start targeting Iran? We're going to go after their nuclear facilities, which are deep underground. So what are we going to use to do this? Okay. Right. But we have to remember we have a lot of Persians. And by the way, some of them are using VPNs and listening to this broadcast, by the way. And because they're Persians. They don't want to live under Sharia. You know, they didn't want to see the Shah go away. They would like to see maybe the prince come back and hold real elections, right? So you got to be careful. And we got to do whatever we can, I think, to encourage the people on the ground to take over and deal with that. And we might can assist them in certain ways that don't involve boots on the ground and us getting too complicitly involved with a lot of plausible deniability.
Well, I think it'd be World War III.
I do too. And what do you think would happen here on our homeland, Jason?
Right.
What do you think? What do you think? We had 8 years of the border open under Obama. We had 4 years under Biden. We know that Islam is growing like a weed with this epic compound and this Yasser Qadi we've been warning about since 2010. We really got aggressive on him in 2017. He had the mosque down the road, and now he's building a 402-acre compound the last 13 years down there. Those guys have.
But you're glossing over one thing that I know you know that I think is really important. Who was behind the World Trade Center bombings in 1993? Who was behind 9/11? Oh, and by the way, where did we find bin Laden? And now who controls Syria? It was the Sunni Shias in countries that are supposedly our allies. It was not, or the Sunni Muslims, I should say. It was not the Shias in Iran. Now, are they a problem for Israel? To be sure. Are they a problem for the region? 100%. Policy of containment, I think, is probably the wisest thing we could do. However, they are not spreading global terror. It was the Sunni groups that were harbored, quite frankly, by our allies from UAE to Qatar to Saudi Arabia. Pakistan was hiding bin Laden. So what do we do when we've got a Christian, or at least somebody protecting Christians in Syria, but he happens to be sympathetic to the Shias, and he happens to say, I'm not going to fight Iran with you, and I'm going to run things my own way in Damascus? We overthrow him. So Bashar al-Assad is gone. Who moved in? And you can go back through generations, but for the lack of a better description, an offshoot of al-Qaeda.
Yep.
So now the Sunnis are in the Sunnis are in Syria. This is insane when you look at who has really been exporting terrorism, and in America, as you point out correctly, from open borders, but across the globe. So we've got ourselves involved in this Sunni-Shia split that is going to be never ending. Because I tell you, people think that Islam thinks Israel is the great Satan and the great enemy, and they're not fond of them. I get it. But you know what they really hate?
America.
They hate each other more than anybody else. The Sunnis hate the Shias, and the Shias hate the Sunnis. And we're in the middle of this. It's nuts.
Yeah, they hate each other, and they hate us. And we have them all over the country. We know we have Hezbollah. We know we have Hamas. We know that about 80% of the mosques are run by Muslim Brotherhood. We know who some of the biggest leaders of the Islamic movement in America are and where they came from, like Pakistan, by the way. And Texas just declared Pakistan Day. Are you kidding me? Right. So what I'm saying is to Mark Levin and these other guys, if they already have the bomb, and probably more than one, which they could have very easily gotten from Pakistan or whoever else they wanted, North Korea, who else they wanted to get one from.
Well, somebody will give it to them, sure, shooting, yes.
So if they've already got one, and they probably have more than one, what is your reason now for saying we have to strike them? Now, let me add to it. What are you prepared to do when, as Israel's on fire, and they're now gotten those contained, but they were saying it was the largest breakout of fire in their history. They had to get help from other countries to put it out. And there's overwhelming evidence these were deliberately set. When you look at the map, you see there's a huge area of Palestine held by the Palestinians. in the what derogatorily called the West Bank, Judea and Samaria, that's not on fire. Okay, well, what are you going to do because it was 2012, Inspire magazine by Al Qaeda said that letting fires loose is a great way to do terrorism, right? So, Mark Levin, what are you going to do when they decide they want to take towels and soak them in kerosene and light them and throw them into the wind at a windy time of the year in very dry parts of the country? You have more fires than you can contain, and then you start adding that to other problems. Oh, by the way, that striking Iran that really worked out well for us when they already had several bombs. We couldn't contain it, but that worked out well for us, Mark.
Same thing that happened. These were the same people, to your point, that were gung-ho, as Pat Buchanan once famously said and never lived it down, the amen corner, that wanted to go into Iraq. Iraq was going to work. These were the neocons in the Bush administration, the Dick Cheneys of the world and your talk show host you mentioned. And how'd that work out? Well, Iraq was a counterweight to Iran because Saddam Hussein was no Shia. So we took him out. Who moved in initially? The Shias. So the blowback you get from foreign intervention is always worse, Syria being the latest example, than the devil you can deal with right now.
Yep.
And it's not going to stop, in my view. And this is why this quote unquote neo-isolationism is taking hold of the Republican Party. It's going back to Robert Taft and to Dwight Eisenhower, who supposedly were enemies. But if you look at their policies side by side now, they're identical. And it's not going to stop until somebody says to these allies, whether it's Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, or even Israel, saying, don't try to get us involved in attacking Iran. We're not going to fight your war for you. We're not going to do this. But as long as they think we will, as long as they think that, Sean Hannity says we got our back so we can do whatever we want, Uncle Sam will come in and bail us out, they are more aggressive. They're less likely to sit down and do a deal. And that is the crux of the problem. And I think that's why you've got this internecine battle in the Republican Party between the neocons you mentioned and the Trump people like yourself and me fighting for the soul of the party. And that's the real fight behind the scenes.
Absolutely.
And frankly, I think that's the fight that cost Michael Waltz his job.
Wow. Let me go to one more article at your Substack. The church's chance, the Vatican could be the biggest. Let me just open this up so I get the Vatican could be the biggest beneficiary of a religious revival. Well, I'm not Catholic, but I have a lot of friends that are, and some of them thought the last pope was a false pope. They didn't believe him. They didn't buy it. And you got Archbishop Vigano, who refused to call him Pope Francis. He called him by his given name, Bergoglio. He said he was picked by the smoke of Satan, talking about the smoke coming out.
A lot more of those folks in the Catholic world than people can possibly imagine. I've spoken with them. I'm a Catholic, and I've spoken with them time and time again. And Francis, God rest his soul, did not represent not only Catholics around the globe, but more importantly, traditional church doctrine. The traditional church doctrine, which since the Reformation was based on the apostolic church, the oral history of the first few centuries about penance and forgiveness and free will, and most importantly, about family and tradition of a country being embedded or wedded, if you will, to your faith, country, God. Those traditions were crucial. And the whole concept that non-Catholics like to deride, for instance, of, say, confession, is based on the concept that we're all potentially saved if we truly atone. Now, if you go to confession and you just fake it, you're not going to be saved. But the greatest sinner of all can be saved if they undergo penance. And people have free will to commit sins. We're all fallible. But that's one of the beauties of the Catholic Church. And I think as it moves away from some of these traditions, which it certainly did with Francis with regard to blessing same-sex couples, which is an anathema to church doctrine going back a couple of millennia, it loses people. You can go back to Vatican II when the church freaked out over shrinking numbers in mass, shrinking people going to schools. So instead of doubling down and saying, this is why you should, they said, okay, what do we have to do to get you? What did you name it? And they lost their soul in the process, so to speak. And it's been a shrinking church ever since. And I think Francis was the zenith of that. So now, to my point in the piece, the church has a chance to go back to the rules of Benedict, who was a wonderful papal example, who famously said, by the way, and I love this, and I love the way he hearkened back to Augustine and Thomas Aquinas and all of the great saints. He said, reason without faith is empty materialism, but faith without reason is fanaticism. And that's the sort of Catholic doctrine that blends natural law and reason with Scripture and the church. And if it just goes back to that, I think it's got an opportunity, because your show is a perfect example and your rallies are perfect examples. People are yearning for a religious revival.
Yes, they are. Yep.
They just don't know where to go.
That's exactly right. So who's on your short list? Have you gone over the list? Because I'll tell you who's on my short list. You want to know?
Yeah.
My short list, I'm not Catholic, but on my short list is Cardinal Pizzaballa. Not only because he has the great name, but he is from Italy, and he is the Cardinal of Israel, and he has held his cards close to the chest, and he's the one that said, I'm willing to offer myself up to be a hostage, give the kids back, and Hamas, you can have me. Wow. He's chided Israel at times. You guys are, being a little too hard over here. Then he's like, Hamas, are you kidding me? You think there's any circumstances under which it's okay to rape and kill these people on October 7th? Are you kidding me? So he's been on both sides of this, and I don't know what is, I'm not saying I'm going to agree with everything he's come out and said politically, but he's got a public persona of kind of trying to be a reasonable guy, and he's held his other ideas close to the chest. And I'm looking at it as a guy that tracks Bible prophecy, okay? So I'm taking off my religious hat of theology and doctrine. I'm putting on my hat of eschatology. And I'm saying, I'm looking for a guy to show up on the scene that I think the Bible talks about that can help to bring about a deal so they can get their third temple. Because as a guy studying Bible prophecy, I know they got to get a third temple for other things to start happening. Is Pizzaballa the guy that can bring the two sides together for a compromise for a third temple on the Temple Mount?
I'm not as well versed as you are in Bible prophecy, so I'm above my pay grade. I will say this, you got to understand that Francis appointed 2/3 of the College of Cardinals.
That's right.
Now, that doesn't mean, however, to your point, most of these folks are not as politically minded as you and I, and they hold their views close to their chest, and they could surprise, and they could appoint a pope that hasn't been vetted. Most of them really aren't vetted. But here's where it may come down. Having an Italian pope again, I think, would be kind of cool, kind of refreshing. But the Catholic Church is growing faster in the Southern Hemisphere. That's where it's growing the fastest.
So we're probably headed toward the Cardinal from South Africa, which would be our first black pope, right?
And it's also where Catholicism is most conservative. They want nothing to do with the DEI stuff. They want nothing to do with gay marriage or blessing same-sex couples or anything like this. They're sticking with the apostolic teachings going back, say, 2 millennia. So that could happen, but boy, I don't think anybody knows where the Cardinals are going to go.
But you're going to be watching it, right? Like me?
Oh, yeah. I mean, you don't want to trivialize it because it's very important to the faithful, billions of people. But by the same token, it's fun to watch. Yeah,
starts May 7th. I think it starts May 7th.
Yeah, and they'll be looking for the smoke.
Yeah, and usually it's now been, 2 to 3 days on average, so it shouldn't be drawn out too long.
Yeah, you never know. I just hope it doesn't resemble anything close to the movie Conclave, which was horrid. I saw it in the hopes of, the better angel in me gave it a shot, and I was betrayed.
Well, I started it but couldn't finish it at all. But anyway.
I'll tell you the ending. You know what? It was all about a transgender pope.
Are you serious?
The guy that they chose in the conclave, such a wonderful guy, and turns out he was a transgender, and so now this pope, who's a lead actor, the famous Ralph Fiennes, I think it was, but had to say, well, am I going to out this guy or not? And of course, he does the right thing and doesn't out him.
He does the right thing. Well, here it all is, folks. JasonLewis.substack.com, JasonLewis.substack.com. And don't forget, you can also get his book, Party Animal. I guess I was going to show the screenshot, but you guys can go to Amazon and find it. Party Animal. Otherwise, JasonLewis.substack.com. Our conversations are always, I think, well worth it, stimulating, and based in a lot of back and forth that I find fascinating. I enjoy it. I hope the audience enjoys it as much as I do.
Well, I do too, Brad. And keep doing what you're doing. It's very important to have that other conservative voice out there, because so many of these quote unquote conservative organizations are, I wouldn't say wolves in sheep clothing, but well, yeah, I guess wolves in sheep clothing in many cases. Yeah.
That's a good one. That's a good one. As always, thank you. Let's do it a little more often.
You got it, my friend.
Check out the page again, folks. jasonlewis.substack.com. And don't forget about his book, Party Animal. Jason Lewis. All right, folks, I want you to go to worldviewtube.com, worldviewtube.com/vault. Go there. This is where we have archived 35 years of my radio shows, my TV shows, my ebooks, my audiobooks, my documentaries, my Sunday night Bible study, church service. All of this has been archived. Yes, we try to make as much as we can available for everybody to watch. But after about 7 days, it rolls into our vault, where we have 35 years of content. So, folks, please consider going there now and becoming a member for a very nominal fee of $95.88. $95.88 for a year, which really works out to $7.99 a month. You can join for 6 months for $8.99. You can join at the month for $9.99. Really, this is a great way to support us, and you get something in return. Yeah, you get something in return when you support us. Not that you don't get something in return when you support us through our foundation. You get all this great programming. You're assisting us in pushing out this free programming. But I like it when you can get something as well. So for some of you, you're like, well, I'd like to get something. Well, there you go. Join the vault, and you'll have access to all my books, my ebooks, my audiobooks, my documentaries, my 21 years of my Ozarks Worldview weekends with all of the different speakers. It's amazing stuff there, folks. Okay? And guess what's coming very soon? AI. We had another phone conference last night with our IT guy, and he tells us by the 1st of June, I ought to be able to go in to the AI for the first time, and it's an isolated AI server, and start asking it questions. Tell me about communitarianism. Tell me about Karl Marx. Tell me about feminism. Tell me about Agenda 21, Agenda 2030. Tell me about the mark of the beast. Tell me about the Gog-Magog war in Ezekiel 38. Folks, you're going to be blown away, is what I'm told. That's what I'm told. And it's going to start answering your questions. Then I'm told somewhere around maybe the end of August, it will actually start answering these questions, not only through the option of text, but verbally. You can listen to the answers. Then it's going to find data in my database, which I'm really looking forward to. Finding where somebody said this, said that, we can find it right away because it has transcribed everything. Everything we've done is transcribed. So, folks, if you're a member of the Vault, we're going to automatically, now we can say, well, we're setting up another membership and you got to belong to this to get, no, I'm trying not to do that. If you belong to the Vault, you're going to be able to have access, once we launch it, to the AI, the Worldview AI. You'll be able to have access to ask it questions and get answers. You'll be able to do that. Okay. So please consider joining now, because again, we need the support to keep paying for building all this AI stuff out. They can use AI for bad, or they can use it for good. We're using it for good. Our servers are isolated, so they can't be corrupted or influenced. It's just my teaching and all the guys I've interviewed, like Jimmy DeYoung, Dr. John Wickham, Dr. Andy Woods, Dr. Rob Lindstedt, all the guys I've interviewed over the years, so many people on so many issues, law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, 35 years. Every documentary, every book, every keynote address at a Worldview weekend for 21 years. It's going to be amazing. I'm excited about it. And we're going to make it available for you automatically as part of your vault. But I need to see a lot of you join the vault, if you would, so that we can, again, generate the support necessary to keep building this out. It should be launching here very quick in June. I'm going to test it. Then once I sign off on it, then I'm thinking around the 4th of July, we'll launch it. That's what we're being told. So let's pray we don't run into any hiccups, but everything seems to be going good. So go there now, worldviewtube.com/vault. Joining me now is Patrick Wood of Technocracy.news. Technocracy.news hey, are you willing to, I don't know, show up somewhere and have your eye scanned and get paid for it? Because apparently there's a market for that. Isn't that right, Patrick?
Oh, yes, there is. And not only that, not only that, you have other benefits as well, like a special ID that everything in your wallet can be attached to, and you can get special benefits from the network. And in addition, it looks like Sam Altman is going to launch a new social media platform called World Social. There you go.
World Social. What? A new social media platform, because we don't have enough already.
Exactly. He's going to do something different, though.
I bet he is.
You remember he's an arch enemy at this point of Elon Musk, right? They parted ways some years ago. Elon Musk wants to create this everything app, right? And payment system, social media, everything, kind of like Tencent does in China. And this has been Musk's vision for a long time. Now it looks like Sam Altman is going to upstage Elon with a complete wraparound system that includes identification for every human that will be part of his social media network. Now, just think about this for a second. What's the problem with all these other social media platforms? They're saturated with bots, right? You can't get rid of them. You can't stop them away. But you can interact with them all the time. People are sick and tired of having bots show up in their feed. Well, Sam Altman is going to fix that with his eye scanning system. This is stranger than fiction for sure. You need to show them the orb, if you will, and show the video, just this absolutely crazy stuff. But he's been doing the world and other countries, 161 countries to be specific. Now it's coming to the United States. He's saved the last for the best, right? Now it's going to invade the United States, and you can just see where this is going at this point. He's formed a partnership with Visa for a payment system that will be everything that Musk ever thought of having in the first place. And he's on a roll. That's all you can say. Everybody thought
you'll get rid of the bots, the fake accounts, because everybody will have to be identified through their iris.
Yes, but the idea of this scan is to prove that you're a human, right? Not a bot. So you're going to have this identification that will let you log into stuff and let you have a form of identification wherever you go that is really you. It's not a fake you. It's not an avatar you. No, it's the real you.
Wow. So who's funding him? Sam Altman. Who's funding him?
It's everybody and their brother in the tech bros industry. Andreessen Horowitz, for instance, Peter Thiel, all the figures that we love to hate, right?
But are they now at war with Elon too, or are they working with Elon as well?
They are.
Which one?
Elon has obviously he's inserted himself into the mix, but at this point, who knows what rivalry or bad blood? I don't know, but let me just clarify: is he at war with them, or is he working with them? He's not at war with them. No, not at all. I would say at this point that there's a friendly competition going with Musk and Sam Altman.
Okay, it's friendly competition.
Well, how can you be friendly when you have billions of dollars on the line?
Yeah, well, how could you? But I was just wondering, like Thiel and these other guys, yes. if they're throwing in with Sam Altman, are they not also working with Elon? Or are they backing away from Elon?
Well, they are. I couldn't say that they're backing away from Elon Musk, but I'll say they put money with Sam Altman, with OpenAI, and with this world scan nonsense. This company has been around as a startup. Actually, it was formed, I think, in 2017, and it had a few years to incubate. They develop a product to do the scanning. It's very sophisticated, by the way. It's just not like a camera and a globe, right? It's very sophisticated.
I got a video on it. You want me to play the video?
Absolutely.
Okay.
This will tell people exactly what we're talking about.
Okay.
It's unbelievable.
Here we go.
Imagine a shiny silver orb that scans your eyes to prove that you are really you.
Everything that we're doing is really privacy rocket science.
A device that's being deployed across the globe, from bustling cities to remote villages, all with the promise of verifying your humanity in an age that could be defined by artificial intelligence.
Orb is a way to uniquely identify real people in a new privacy-preserving way.
This isn't science fiction. It's WorldCoin, which has now been rebranded to just World. Today, we're going behind the scenes of World's latest event with exclusive access to learn what their new plan is after this rebrand and how they plan to bring global identification to the world.
Do you know if any of it is leaked? I think nothing.
All right, let's go to another one. That's just one. I got another one here. Let me try this one here and see what this one's like. Here we go.
In cities around the world, big metallic orbs are scanning people's eyeballs and handing out a new cryptocurrency as a reward. From New York to Tokyo, these scanning stations look like a scene out of a sci-fi movie, one where humans trade their personal biometric data for the right to participate in a new kind of modern economy. This is WorldCoin.
What it's trying to do is have a validated identity for every person in the world to connect your identity to an address on the blockchain.
For a long time, most people didn't know that Sam Altman, the man behind OpenAI and ChatGPT, had a crypto side project. That is, until it officially launched in July. The project has a lot of big name backers. In May, WorldCoin raised $115 million in a Series C funding round led by Blockchain Capital. Other members of its cap table include VCs like Andreessen Horowitz and Coinbase. WorldCoin, now valued at $3 billion, according to the information, promises to be a new decentralized form of identity.
You know, it's an NFT that's attached to you. Well, one, what government's going to do it? Are we going to elect a centralized government authority? No, governments don't get along. And so what that means then is, okay, then are we going to have a private business do that? And that's the issue there, is that we do have people that are founders of WorldCoin, that are business people have invested, and the rest of the world says, hey, well, why are we picking this company to be our intermediary? And so that's where the decentralization is critical and security is critical.
The user signs up through the app, and they are then tasked with visiting a WorldCoin location in one of the more than 20 countries where the orbs are currently operational. Now, that in-person visit lasts a few minutes and is all about proving a person is a human and not a bot.
Privacy is the word of the moment, right? The objective, the driver behind the whole project is actually privacy, or at least protection of data. And what the founders of the project are saying is, this is a way that we have found to move the conversation on how we secure access and how we ensure that people accessing their online personas in whatever form that takes are the real people, and they're not AI, and they're not bots.
So you show up to prove that you're not a bot, but how do you prove you are who you say you are? Well, by providing WorldCoin a scan of your iris using a proprietary technology WorldCoin built called the Orb. The process of collecting certain biometric data to confirm identity is similar in spirit to the scans that Clear does at the airport, or even the Apple Face ID. Now, with WorldCoin, that iris scan allows you to get a digital, decentralized passport known as a World ID. To protect individual identities, WorldCoin says that it uses a cryptography-based, privacy-preserving technique known as zero-knowledge proofs to separate the biometric data from the identifier itself. But in a world where tech companies constantly lose track or exploit people's data, skeptics aren't so sure. Edward Snowden said on Twitter, "Don't use biometrics for anything," in response to Altman's post about WorldCoin in 2021, adding that the human body is not a ticket punch. This is where the controversy around WorldCoin lies.
Having privacy, digital identity, and having it to yourself, self-sovereign, meaning like self-custody, is a big theme in all of the world, not just in Web3. I think some of the criticism surrounding this is related to how the token was sold, and it was done overseas.
WorldCoin says more than 2.2 million people have signed up so far, but the ambition is to ultimately span the entire globe while offering a couple other big perks along the way. Altman has already talked about using WLD, the platform's native crypto token, as a way to create and distribute a universal basic income. And then there's the utility of a digital identity where a world ID could hypothetically be used to sign in to all websites without having to forfeit identifying information in the process, like a name or email, or be traceable by a government. In June, for example, Okta gave users the option of logging in with their world ID. Now, that, of course, assumes that the privacy tech involving zero-knowledge proofs is correctly used to actually shield the biometric data that was captured to create the ID in the first place.
Wow. Wow. You can see where this is going, right?
Oh, yes.
I mean, you're talking about eventually the mark of the beast system on steroids, right?
Did you pick up on the universal basic income?
I sure did. Universal basic income.
There you go. This was pitched from the get-go by Sam Altman himself. He's been pitching universal basic income because of the loss of jobs and so on with AI. He's been pitching this for several years. This is his answer to that. And anybody that signs up, they get a free cryptocurrency, like worth 50 to $60. And who wouldn't go for that? You know, well, $60, you don't have, you know, you might do it.
I wouldn't do it because I wouldn't even know how to spend the cryptocurrency and where would it go? Where would it go?
Well,
how do I access it? How do I spend it? I mean, I'm like, Logan! So no, I have no interest in that.
Listen. He's making an ecosystem. That means the wraparound thing here. He has World ID, World App, World Chain. That's the blockchain. World Coin, World Social, and World Pay.
So he's about as obsessed with the word world as we are with the word worldview here, because we own a bunch of worldview URLs. I own a ton of worldview URLs. By the way, yes. I also own worldviewbible.ai because we're using our AI server to build for you to be able to ask questions. And by the middle of June, people will start being able to log into a special website and ask our database of 35 years questions, which includes all your information. But the difference between us and them is we're using it to search biblical worldview stuff. So we have BibleWorldview.ai. We also are going to use our AI to build a study Bible. So we also own WorldviewStudyBible.ai. So we're totally different than them in what we're doing, correct?
Exactly.
We're not going to ask you to give over your iris, by the way, to join our system.
I hope not.
No, we're not.
But listen. Let me tell you how this is going to spread in America. It was just introduced this week. So, like in San Francisco, Florida, some other cities around the country. But if you have, like, say, a store, and we got people, like maybe have a T-Mobile store or something, and you want to have one of these orbs in there that will scan people, and people could come in, look what does that do, and whatever. I'll go for that. And they're going to walk away with a few bucks in their hand, and the sponsor is going to get paid as well for it. Not as much, but a token at least. So you can see this is going to be sold on an affiliate basis around the country.
So what I envision is he who has the most biometrics wins. Is that right?
That's right.
It was a race to the moon or the race to space or whatever these different races, right? Now it's a race to which company can acquire the most biometrics, right? Because if you're a government and you're saying, we want to give a contract to Elon Musk's company or Sam Altman's company, well, Sam Altman has 100 million people in the country already got their bio data. He's got 100 million over here. and Elon's only got 50 million. So obviously you're going to go with the contract of the guy that's got the most biometrics already for your local city, state, or federal government contract, correct?
You bet. You got it. Yeah, this guy's on a roll. He really is. And I heard offline, by the way, I heard that they're going to manufacture about 5,000 of these orbs. In other words, they're scaling up at this point with a production run of 5,000 to be spread across America, especially. And you're going to end up seeing these all over the place, especially in mobile phone stores like AT&T, Verizon, et cetera. They'll probably be the logical choice for these things. But
so if you go to your eye doctor, any chance your eye doctor's harvesting your iris without your knowledge and selling it?
I wouldn't think so. You have to look into the lens that they provide. That's nothing. It's very sophisticated. I listened to a video of how the stuff is made in the first place. I was really blown away. They have every conceivable technology in it, including a battery. But they have infrared scanners. They have like temperature scanners. They have different ways to get the color of your iris, and not in addition to all of the veins and stuff that make your iris in the first place. Very sophisticated. So it can't be duped. It can't be duplicated.
Eventually people log into their PayPal, they'll log into their Venmo, whatever it is they got. They'll log into it by having a device on their computer that they put their eye up to?
I can't say that it's going to be like that, but the idea is to have a universal ID for you to log into those systems. I don't know how you present it to the computer that you're sitting at the time, but that's exactly the concept. They want to,
and then you won't have to remember any of your passwords. So if you have,
that's right.
You go to 20 different websites and you're always pulling out a file trying to remember what's my password for this website, right? You won't have to do that anymore.
You got it. That's one of the benefits of this, for sure. I mean, even I hate password managers at this point.
Right.
But you can see other people can say, well, this would be a great thing. I have one ID wherever I go. I just swipe it or do something, whatever, show it, and I can get into that website without any password at all. I'm a human being and I'm identified.
Now, if they can do that, why don't they tie it to the voting record? And then people that are registered and counted for could vote. But that sounds like too much common sense to go that far, right?
No, I'll tell you what. They talk about this. And
do they?
Absolutely. They talk about using this for voting, where everybody has a vote. No bots allowed because you're identified as a person, right? As a human being.
Well, now you don't even need to have. Now you don't even need to have a polling place anymore. People can vote from home using their iris.
Yeah. That's right. That you're exactly right. They talk about this openly, and if you think about this is one way to destroy our representative government totally. They've been talking about this for at least 10 years now, with people like Curtis Yarvin and Nick Land and the tech bros talking about this dark enlightenment nonsense. This is where it will end up, where there will be no government. In a sense, people will be able just to vote up or down for anything, wherever they happen to be. They get an alert, vote now for something, and boom, they vote with their ID. They're already identified. And there you go.
So in other words, you can get rid of the House of Representatives and the Senate, because we don't need to send those guys to Washington, send them emails, call their phone and tell them how we want, what we want. We can all just represent ourselves and vote.
That's right.
So now, instead of a constitutional republic, which William Blackstone said, again, one of the leading scholars for the founders, when asked what is a republic, he said, what the divine is ruled on, we don't rule against. So there's a box. The founders understood in America that the hearts of men are desperately wicked above all else. Who could know it, right? From the prophet Jeremiah. So not all of them were Bible-thumping Christians, but they knew enough to know about sin, the sin of man, the fall of man, and that there's a God, there's a universal God, a supreme being who judges in this life and the next. Some of them argued on the, things about miracles and the deity of Christ, etc. But they did agree to certain basic ideas and the general principles of Christianity, and they put that in our republic and said, we don't care what the majority wants. We could have gone with a democracy. But they said a democracy, mobocracy, the rule of the 51%, is the devil's own. It's a volcano. It always destroys itself. This is what they wrote extensively. They knew what they were doing. They didn't choose a democracy of we all vote and the majority wins. They said, no. What if the majority vote? What if 51% votes to take away the property rights of 49%? No, you can't do that. It goes against the laws of nature. Thou shalt not covet. Thou shalt not steal. But what you're saying is we destroy the constitutional republic. We don't need these guys in D.C. and gals in D.C. anymore. Because if you're a registered voter, you're in the system, policies come up, they're presented, everybody's got 24 hours to vote on this, up or down. What are we doing, people? And now the country is being run by technocracy. Technology.
Yes.
Technology is running the government.
Yes, that's right.
I mean, you can see where, as we said last week in our conversation, you get where you don't even need a president anymore. And I can see quickly where the globalists say the idea of one president, the job is too big, number one, and it's too divisive. Let's get rid of these personalities. House, Senate, the judges, the president. These are personalities that don't get along. Most people don't, half the country likes them, half the country doesn't. Just get rid of all of them. And the people can decide based on a vote. And the judges are your AI and your computer that just read what the laws are and tell you what's going on. I mean, your whole system now is being run by a computer, right?
That's right. That's where it's headed.
And that sounds science fiction, but it really isn't when you realize what the technology is today.
Exactly. And there's no sense when you listen to these people, there's no sense that they have any political bent in itself. In other words, they are amoral, they're apolitical, but somehow they're tied to this concept. Well, everybody has to have a vote. Well, even that, who would be sure that the vote really worked or not?
You can't audit the vote. How are you going to audit the vote, right?
There's no way to do it. Absolutely no way to audit it because the AI did it in the first place. So
all they got to do is put in what they want the outcome to be. Have it be 53% versus 47%, if I'm doing my math right.
Exactly.
And that would be the outcome you get. We don't really know what it was, but that's what they tell us.
Yes, exactly.
Kind of like in communist countries where, Castro used to get, 98% of the vote or 99% of the vote. Oh, well, look at that. Castro got 99% of the vote, right? No, he didn't. Exactly. That was just what they told you. Kim Jong-un got 99% of the vote.
Now's a good time. Now's a good time to go read the book by Aldous Huxley, Brave New World. Mm-hmm. That's exactly how it was set up. No choice at all, even though they thought they had some choice, but they didn't, because all decisions were made by the alpha plus person at the top of the heap, and everybody else had to go along with it. Even if they protested and they got angered for something, they were instructed to take a little pill. They called it Soma, and they'll chill out at that point. We'll just relax. To take your pill.
Well, isn't that what Noah Harari had said? We'll keep them appeased by drugs and video games.
Yeah, exactly. This is really sick.
Do you really see the day where you may not have a quote president of the United States or members of Congress, and that they have gotten rid of our Constitution and gone to something new? Do you see that?
Absolutely. I mean, this is exactly.
Well, what will it take? A nuclear attack, a cyber grid? What will it take?
Not necessarily. I don't think so, because this is exactly what Peter Thiel is saying when he quotes Curtis Yarvin, who wants to install a monarchy in America. You can't have a monarch in America, for Pete's sake. and have a constitutional system, period. No way. But this is exactly what they're saying at this point. We need to establish a monarchy, and we need to let that monarch run the country like a CEO, where nobody has any say at all. And you have maybe a board of directors somewhere, but they don't interact directly with the CEO to tell them what to do. But the CEO, like imagine somebody like Jeff Bezos taking over our country and running it like Amazon.
Right.
You think that's a good idea?
No.
I mean, he's an autocrat, totally. So,
and by the way, that seems to fit with Scripture, which says that there are 10 horns, which are 10 kings who have not received their authority as of yet, meaning at the time John the Revelator was writing, they weren't around yet, but who will, and they will give their authority and power to the beast. Now, the Bible says that they give their power. There are 10 horns that are 10 kings, 10 regional governments. We talked about this, I think, last week. You know, your European Union, your European Commission, your United Nations, your Club of Rome. They've already divided the world into 10 regions. But notice the Bible says there are 10 kings, or 10 horns, or 10 kings who have not received their kingdom of yet, but who will receive it and then give their, what does it say? Their power to the Antichrist. So clearly they have power, right? So I wonder if the issue then isn't so much voting on stuff for enacting it, but let's just take the pulse of the people. So in other words, we're going to do a poll, we're going to do a survey. What do you folks want? Use your iris, log in, vote. Now, we're going to decide what the ultimate outcome is, but we kind of like to take a poll. So maybe your voting has nothing to do with what happens. Even if the majority wants something, the king may say, oh, we're not doing that. Here's why. We heard from you, but here, we know better than you. Okay, and here's why you're wrong. So maybe it's not voting to actually be in charge, the people. The king is, he just wants to get your feedback. What do you think?
Yeah, that's a good possibility. Exactly. How many times have this the 10 Kingdom nonsense come up over the years? We saw it at the Club of Rome, for instance, in 1968. We saw it with Henry Kissinger, for Pete's sake, in somewhere in the 70s. We've seen it, time and time again. This whole idea, it's all secular, talking about a network of 10 kingdoms in the world. Well, America is part of this kingdom that includes South America, or some of South America, Central America, Mexico, Canada, United States, and Greenland. That was what was defined by the technocrats in 1934. So all of a sudden you see people like Curtis Yarvin talking about a North American technate. Where'd this guy come from? Well, he just came out of nowhere, but here's the same idea being perpetrated on us. And other nations, other allegiances are forming around the world to make their part of that kingdom. But you almost can see this kingdom, that one of those 10, right here in the North American sector. I think it's unmistakable at this point. Greenland, Canada, America, and Mexico, and Central America, that would be the largest block of land and people group in the world at this point.
And what is the tipping point that causes people to agree to this? Is it a civil war in America? Mark Mitchell is doing polling, and it seems as though he says we're headed toward a civil war. Now, whether that actually is violence or just a breakup, meaning states start seceding from the Union. But we're getting to a point where, look, there's no way Tennessee and Mississippi and Arkansas, are going to agree with New York, with Michigan, with California. These are people that don't have a desire to go the same direction with a common system of values. They don't. So clearly, we're pulling against each other. We're going opposite directions. Why are we continuing this? Okay. The system that the founders built has failed. but it hasn't failed because their system was bad. It was the best system available to man in a sinful, fallen world. It's failed because of the people. As Franklin said, we've given you a republic, ma'am, if you can keep it. But the republic was dependent upon a moral people. And that's what the founders said. Our Constitution was designed for a moral people. And I think it was Jefferson, was it, that said whenever the pillars of Christianity are overthrown, the republic's going to fall with it.
Mm-hmm.
So the system they built was the best system, I believe, on the planet and all of human history, but it has failed because the people no longer desired moral leaders. They no longer desired moral character and integrity. They wanted whatever the government could give them. I mean, JFK said it. Ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. But the founders said as soon as they realize they can vote to open the till and vote to give themselves stuff, they'll do it. And that's largely what's happened with the welfare state, everything else we've done, right? And there's just a small percentage of us that are opposed to a welfare state, that are opposed to globalism, that are opposed to collectivism. There's only a small segment of the country that's really at the heart of their daily life and integrity and values and conviction are free market capitalist Judeo-Christian people. There's a small percentage at the end of the day. People say they are, but there's a small percentage that actually really are. And so the system has failed because the people have failed to be good and moral. America is good, said de Tocqueville. America is good, great because America is good. Many Americans don't even know the difference between good and bad. We got morons that can't even define what a woman is that are on the Supreme Court. So I don't see how, Patrick, this can continue. I just don't know what the tipping point is. Is it a financial collapse? Is it hyperinflation? We know that, like under the Weimar Republic, hyperinflation under Germany, Hitler comes to power. You know, is it under a massive, well, in fact, McGregor Burns, was it George McGregor Burns or James McGregor Burns wrote a book in 1984 called The Power to Lead. He said the founding fathers have been too shrewd for us, too smart for us. We can't outwit them with frail bridges and tinkering. I only think the people will go where we want them to go under a stupendous political and economic crisis. That was 1984, A Globalist Power to Lead. And I can show you John Stormer's book from 75 years ago and Phyllis Schlafly warning that some of the George H. Bush people, he kept updating his book to modern times, but in one of his last updates, he was talking with Phyllis Schlafly in the book about the George H. Bush crowd that wanted to push for transforming America into a parliamentary system. Mm-hmm. So you can see where there is the desire to get rid of the system we have now. I just want to know from you, what do you think will be the tipping point for it?
You know, there's going to be an end to the political machinations in our country with all this division and stuff. I could see people crying out, let's just hand it over to AI and let AI make all the decisions. Then it's not going to be humans plaguing us. And, you know, I can see, especially the younger crowd will accept something like that. And, of course, we know that there's going to be huge financial issues in the future when traditional money goes away for some type of cryptocurrency. And by the way, this is not going to be the crypto that we'll see is going to be run by private industry, corporations, in other words, the sovereign corporations, like Curtis Yarvin said. So this is not going to be government controlled. It's going to be private controlled. How do you think these people are going to treat us, the citizens of the country, of the world, when maniacs like Sam Altman and Elon Musk are in charge of everything? Yeah, I don't see that. I can't see that. Yeah. But you know, you can almost see at this point everybody's going to throw up their hands and say, enough with this politics stuff. We need some fair rulings, whatever. Just turn it over to AI, and let's be done with it.
Wow. Fascinating, and certainly fits on the Bible scale, Bible prophecy, doesn't it?
Boy, it really does. It really does. Oh, boy.
You know, no wonder, I'll say this in closing, no wonder John the Revelator could not fully describe to us everything he was being allowed to see. You know, right?
Yes.
I mean, if anyone's following my study on Sunday nights where I'm teaching through the book of Revelation, verse by verse, just finished up chapter 14 last Sunday night. We'll be off this Sunday night because of our trips to DC and everything. But we'll start up when we get back with Revelation chapter 15, verse 1. But John was literally on the island of Patmos as a political, spiritual, religious captive for preaching and proclaiming. And he talks about being in the spirit, right? So he's having, I think his body was physically still on the island of Patmos, but he somehow was put into a God-ordained trance, if you will, and allowed to see into heaven and allowed to see the future, the revelation, as it was being unfolded and told to him at the pleasure of God and the Lord God. And he was told, write this down. And John is writing in his own vocabulary. How does John describe artificial intelligence? How does John describe a robot? How does John describe a fighter jet, an Apache helicopter, nuclear weapons, a rocket ship, cars? How does he describe those things? So he's using the best language he can, and people will criticize studying the book of Revelation because there's too much symbolism. But the reality is, most of it you can know, like the seven horns are the 10 horns are 10 kings, right? Okay. Or over in Revelation 17, the 7 hills are what? 7 kingdoms. It tells you that have come and gone. 5 have come, 1 is, and 1 is yet to come. 5 that have fallen. We can go in the Medo-Persian, Grecian Empire, whatever. The one that is, Rome at the time John's writing, and the one to come, a revived Roman Empire. So a lot of the times the symbolism, John has it described, right? Now, there are a few things here and there we don't really know what he means, but none of them involve any major doctrines. But how does John, Patrick, how does he define everyone will receive a mark on their right hand or their forehead? Because does he think they have a mark there? Or is that they're looking into something with their right eye? I don't know. But what I'm saying is all of this is one reason why we don't know in the scripture, because John's trying to describe this in his language. And you and I are sitting here trying to figure this out in 2025. Imagine John trying to figure out in his day and write it in his vocabulary.
Exactly. Yeah. I think that's true. You know, when the first scanner came into the grocery store in Phoenix, Arizona, anyway, Christians went nuts. And I'm not going to go to Safeway because they have this new scanner, and they might put a mark on my hand or something, and I'll be forever damned. That was silly. Looking back, it was really crazy. But Christians often jump to conclusions. That's what I'm saying. It goes with the territory. We're quick to jump to a conclusion that might not be fair or wrong. So when you consider the mark was in response to the person's willingness to worship the beast, it doesn't necessarily mean that mark, the mark on your hand or your forehead, that doesn't mean that's a unique identifier. That all this stuff has been settled by that time. They know who you are, for Pete's sake. Give me a break. They already know who we are exactly by who we are, who's a Christian, who's not a Christian. That's all in the books right now, in the computers, right? So the fact that the mark would be just a generic thing that the devil wants to identify his followers for easy identification. If you have that mark on your forehead or your hand or whatever, well, you're in the club.
Right.
You're willing to worship the beast.
And nobody's going to take it and go, oops, I didn't mean to take the mark of the beast.
I know.
You will know. You will. You do not have to worry that you're going to get it by mistake. Exactly.
And at that point, when you get that mark, you get access to the system. At that point,
whatever the system is, and all of this could be
your iris scan will be in the system, and you'll have access to everything from there on based on your identification, your positive identification. You can log in wherever you want. You can look at any website you want to look at. You want to buy and sell on eBay or whatever. You'll be able to do that. If somebody doesn't have that access, they'll be frozen out.
Mm-hmm. And we're not saying this is the beast system, because I think this is all laying the foundation for it to come. Really. But what I'm trying to make sure the audience, and I think you're saying the same thing, is the audience doesn't need to freak out. This isn't the beast system. When the beast arrives, there'll be a beast system. He's not here. This isn't the beast system, but it's laying the foundation technology-wise and acceptance-wise, and all the pieces will probably be there. It'll just be a matter of saying, okay, we got the pieces, let's do it. Boom, there it is. And you'll know. No one's going to get the mark and say, oops, I didn't mean to do that. And like you say, be damned forever, as described in Revelation 14. No, you'll know. You'll know. And if you're a believer, I believe by then you've been removed anyway. But tribulation saints won't have to worry that they're going to take it by mistake. They'll know. No, they will. Exactly. There it is. Sam Altman launches dystopian iris scanning orb in the U.S. Absolutely fascinating. Fascinating.
Yes. We're going to watch this story for sure going forward. We're going to keep an eye on it.
Yeah, please do. And we, of course, you are on every Tuesdays and Thursdays at 6 p.m. Central. 6 p.m. Central every Tuesday and Thursday. Technocracy.news with you and Logan. So great work as always.
You bet. Thank you, man.
Thank you. All right, folks, I want to stress real quick the beauty of Swish for Life, Numi, swishforlife.com. This has got glutathione, as you know. I swish with it. I set it on my desk last weekend and was swishing every hour on the hour, and I was able to knock out feeling terrible. I felt horrible. And I was able to knock out what I had because this detoxes your cells. There are 162,000 studies at PubMed on glutathione. I think we have a lower third for that. It's swishforlife.com, swishforlife.com. There it is. 162,000 studies. Studies show it may remove mercury from your brain to help prevent Alzheimer's, dementia, and Parkinson's, folks. And folks, there are toxins everywhere. In the Worldview Report tonight, I talked about RFK Jr. talking about these chemtrails, and a lady was asking him questions about that, and there was talk about all the chemicals that are coming up in our soil that shouldn't be there. Well, you know what? I could go back and show you where our own military has been doing experiments on the American people going back years and years and years. I've done that. I've done full shows on it. By the way, when the AI, that new powerful AI is done, you'll be able to type in, tell me about all the government false flags, all the government false flag operations. And it'll take those two shows I did on that and just start telling you all about it. It's going to be amazing. But folks, the military has sprayed stuff on the American people. That's a proven fact. I don't know what they're doing, but RFK Jr. and many others say that there's a real problem here. The state of Tennessee was looking at outlawing these chemtrails. But why do we have all these toxins in our soil and other things, right? So the point is, you can try to avoid it, but it's really impossible to avoid it 100%. So I personally think you need to detox your cells, all right? So go to switchforlife.com, get a subscription. So it shows up every month, okay? Get a subscription. We just sent a couple bottles home with my daughter. Said, here, swish with this. Let's see if this will help you with some of the things you've been experiencing, which I'll talk about later in the broadcast with Dr. Williams, see what she thinks. Well, we got her on glutathione right away. So check it out, swishforlife.com, swishforlife.com. Joining me now is Annie Cyrus, born and raised in Iran, and she's got a brand new article out tonight at Front Page Mag. Front Page Mag. Texas, we have a problem. Sharia is coming to town. Brand new article out today by Annie Cyrus. Annie, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me back, Brandon.
Well, here we are. Isn't it interesting, the stuff that you and I and Usama and Sharam and many have been warning about for so many years, and a lot of folks wanted to say we were Islamophobic and we were over the top and believing crazy things. Now it's everywhere. You can hardly go anywhere now in the conservative Twitter, blogger world, whatever, and not see people talking about Texas. But they didn't want to listen many years ago, and we all started doing all these programs and books and documentaries and conferences. But now they realize what we were talking about, don't they?
They do, but here's the interesting part, Brandon. Even those conservatives that are talking about Texas, if you actually read what they're writing or listen to what they're saying, it's still the radical Muslims, and the radical Sharia, and the radical this. I'm like, wow. They're kind of catching up, but they still have this illusion of there is a line where you go from a radical to a moderate, and we need to be careful of that line so we don't hurt their feelings.
Well, isn't that what we were talking about last night? I don't know if you saw the show, but last night I was talking with Mark Mitchell about Mark Levin. Mark Levin keeps having on Zuhdi Jasser.
Of course.
And Zuhdi thinks he can reform Islam and that there's a moderate Islam. And I was railing on Mark Levin last night for being ignorant.
And Zuhdi Jasser is also the same person who in 2016 or 17, I want to say, went on his podcast and he called people like Pamela Geller, Robert Spencer, David Horowitz, and the rest of counter Sharia movement more dangerous than ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Really?
Let's not forget that.
Do you have that on? Is that a video? Is that an audio?
It's an audio, and you can actually find it on his, not only on his own archive of his podcast, but also Robert Spencer published an article about it, linking it to the audio file, where Robert was making a point of this is why from day one we said Zuhdi Jasser is not a reformer, is not a moderate, he's just a plant.
He's just a plant.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, most of us over here believe he came in as this, kind of a Dr. Oz form, because I said the same thing about Dr. Oz when he got the endorsement from President Trump and now being involved with our government, even if the department has nothing to do with our intelligence. But Zuhdi Jasser was the same thing. Came in as this guy who he never even talked about his faith, then gradually talked about his faith, joined the military, gained power, gained momentum, got his podcast going, he started having seats as a board of director into some of the conservative organizations. Then he came out and had about 10 of the biggest names, prominent names on counter jihad movement, calling them all more dangerous than ISIS and Al Qaeda.
Yeah, you guys Google it and you'll find it. There's a lot on it. I was trying to find the audio real quick. I don't know if I'm going to find it in time, but you type in Zuhdi Jasser and Robert Spencer, and you start finding quite a bit on it. That's for sure. So, wow. So Mark Levin is interviewing him. Seems like he did it recently, last week. I showed on the screen last night. And here he is, Zuhdi, I think, and Mark Levin are buying into the idea you can have a moderate Islam. So people are now saying, okay, what's happening in Texas is bad, but that's the radicals. That's what they're saying?
It's the fact of, by the way, so you might enjoy this sentence. Now, Brannon, conservatives are starting to call Qadi a radical Muslim.
Really?
Yasser Qadi is now being named as a radical Muslim. Finally. And yes, that's the narrative, by the way. Those poor people who are involved, those who are going to be housed in that community, they're just a bunch of poor people, poor Muslims who are looking for a better life in America. Mm-hmm. But Yasser Qadi and those behind him and the funding are the radicals who are trying to take advantage of this situation. I actually, the article that you put up on Front Page Mag was one. I did a follow-up on that on my own Substack of, basically saying Epic City is not a community, it's a jihad blueprint. And I actually broke it down even further on that piece on my Substack. But that's the thing. They're already playing by day, I should say, conservative journalists are already starting to create this confusion as always. Okay, so the people who are going to leave there, they're good people. They're just poor Muslims. They're all coming here to America for a better life. But those who are building it, those who are in charge of it are the radicals. Right there we got the cliche of moderate versus radical starting by conservatives. And I don't understand, by the way, Brandon, after all these years, why they would even bother. Like, if you're going to protect these people, just let it be. Don't report on it. Don't confuse people, and let us, those of us who know what we're talking about, and we're not afraid of bounties, let us get out there and inform people of what's happening in Epic City.
For those of us who are not afraid of bounties, explain what that means to the audience. I know what you mean, but explain to the audience what that means, please.
Well, as Muhammad said in many different hadith, that if a Muslim becomes an ex-Muslim and talks against Allah and Muhammad, or a kafir start criticizing Islam, then they shall be killed. Their punishment is death. And with that, people like me and you and Yusama Dakdok and Sharam Hadian, we all carry bounties on our head by Islamic societies or Islamic countries or Islamic muftis. We are wanted dead for doing what we do.
For what we do, which is really just defending our Constitution, our republic, our liberty, our freedom, a free society, freedom of religion, freedom of speech, fighting against the idea of child brides and on and on, right?
Yes, and that's the thing. Brandon, again, on that Substack, I do believe I forgive me as I texted it to you instead of emailing it to you, but I have a link to a video. The people behind Epic City released a video on their Instagram page, and literally right there, Brandon, they're saying that this is going to be a Sharia community outside of U.S. Constitution. They're saying it at this point.
And at that point, doesn't the governor and the attorney general of Texas have enough to stop this?
Yes, at the end, I did conclude there are a few people who are actually informing. So they're trying to push a bill. It's outside of Yasser Qadi and Epic, but in Texas right now, a few Republicans are pushing for a bill to ban CARE, Council for American Islamic Relations, from Texas. That's number one. And there are two very well-informed people who are trying to inform them, give them evidence, give them information to push this bill. So that's one great thing that's starting to happen. Also, Greg Abbott finally has asked Ken Paxton to start an investigation, official investigation, to few problems they already have with Epic City or the built of Epic City, including apparently they've been performing illegal funerals there without having a permit. Two of their building construction permits seem to have not been legit. So the investigation has opened up. That's great.
Okay.
And with that video, they should have all the proof they need to just stop it.
Okay, I think I have the video. Let's listen to this. I'll unmute it. Here we go.
سيتي هو مشروع عقاري للمسلمين تم الإعلان عنه في ولاية تكساس من قبل رجل الأعمال عمران تشودري الذي يرأس المجموعة العقارية المطورة للمشروع. هذا المشروع تسبب.
Okay, so I can't understand that.
Yeah, I apologize. I should have mentioned that the video is Arabic. I'm sorry. It's promoting it. It's encouraging that, for your safety, for your comfort, there is a city that now it's going to be all Sharia. It's going to be your lifestyle. You don't have to answer to law of land that goes against your beliefs. All of that is promoted within the video that they put out.
Okay, so where do you think this is going? Do you think it's going to get enough traction with that bill? What do you think?
Okay, so I don't think they will be successful to pass that bill because they're going up against CARE. And as you know, Brandon, CARE is the master of lawsuits and winning those lawsuits. So I'm glad they're trying, but I don't think this time around they're going to pass it. As far as Epic City goes, I'm very glad because, better than I do, Ken Paxton is actually the man for the job. He will start digging and he will find something. But my concern is this going to be retaliation through attacks? Are they going to retaliate when their whole city is stopped from building or postponed until courts and judgments are end? Are they going to start creating more terror attack in Texas? That's my best guess of that's going to happen. Not that we should back down, don't get me wrong, please. I think people of Texas, especially Dallas, Fourth Ward, those areas, they just need to be prepared. They need to be vigilant, but it doesn't mean if they start attacking, Ken Paxton or Greg Abbott or judges should back down. But I think that's what's going to go down.
Okay, let's move to, and then here's your Substack, by the way. Her Substack, Epic City, a Caliphate Blueprint. What is your Substack? Substack.
Live Up to
what?
Freedom.
Okay, so Substack.com, Live Up to Freedom?
Yes.
Okay.
Or sorry, it's liveuptofreedom.substack, I think.
Okay, liveuptofreedom.substack.com. Okay, let's talk about Iran real quick.
Sure.
So what's the latest with the negotiations? I know Pete Hegseth has come out today and warned Iran that you'll pay a price for what you're doing in the Red Sea and with the Houthis and shooting and whatnot. And the price will be, we'll decide when you pay the price. It'll be of our time and our choosing and how. What do you make with that? And then what do you make with the idea of negotiating with Iran? Where are we at with that?
Actually, if you just click on that very Substack this morning or earlier this morning, I published an update on Iran deal. And today, Iran government itself came out and said, we are even confused at this point. U.S., like literally the accusation they put out, again, if people read through it, you see all the links there for the full articles. But Iran basically said, based on U.S. or America's contradictory behavior and provocative statements, we don't know where we're at. Even the regime at this point is confused, Brandon. Remember last time I was on your program, I said all the signals are all over the place. I don't know what's happening. One day we want to talk, one day we want to attack. Apparently the regime is reaching that point of, okay, what are we doing? Are we talking? Are we fighting? Is there going to be an attack? Are we? And I feel like it's just getting worse with the entire. I don't think they know what they're doing at this point. I think Trump, in that article, said it's been more than a decade we're trying to make this deal. And I added that Obama thought, a smile would do it, and Biden thought an apology would do it, and Trump thought pressure would do it. It's just not going to happen. We've tried it all. These people, there is no making a deal, and at the same time trying to attack him. At this morning, Trump is like, okay, we're going to add more sanctions because they postponed our fourth session. Well, that's not how it works. You either put all the sanctions in, boycott everything, let them suffer, let the people take over, or you're just going to sit there and shake their hand and make a deal. It is confusing. Most people don't like it when I say this. I don't really think Trump cares for what happens after. Trump just wants that deal right now. He just wants to make that deal. And I don't think he's got the best advisors to tell him what to do. And let's not mention his guy, what's his name? Witkoff?
Oh, Witkoff, Steve Witkoff?
Steve Witkoff has absolutely zero experience in politics or diplomacy. What is this guy doing? He can make a deal. He's making Trump administration look worse at the moment. So we just need clarity. I think at this point, President Trump needs to make a decision and stick with it. He can't make everybody happy. He's going to either have to make the Iranian regime happy or Americans happy. He's just going to have to decide which one he likes to do.
And of course, I'm in the camp, which is I don't want to go and strike Iran with the idea, we can't let them get the bomb. Mark Levin is saying, they cannot get the bomb under any circumstances. And I'm saying, listen, dude, they've had the bomb. Peter Pry, I think James Woolsey, and many, many others were saying they had the bomb a long time ago. The question is, how many do they have? So don't give me this garbage about, we can never let them get the bomb. We have to strike them. Because if they already have the bomb, then what's your excuse for doing this now, Mark Levin? And Mark, do you have any guys in your family that, in your immediate family that are military draft age? Huh, Mark? Sorry, can't hear you. Mark, do you? Oh, you don't? Then shut up.
Mm-hmm.
And you're, by the way, sitting there with Zuhdi Jasser. Okay, if you're so dumb as you can sit there with him and his line of garbage and believe it, I don't trust you. I'm sorry. You're proving yourself too stupid. Get off the stage.
Well, also don't forget, we had why am I drawing a blank on her name? Gabbard. What's her first name?
Tulsi?
Thank you. Tulsi Gabbard testifying in front of Congress 2 weeks ago saying, as of right now, all the information I have gathered, Iran isn't even working towards the bomb. They're honoring their supreme leader's judgment of 2003. I'm still waiting for her to answer why would she sit there and lie? Because that was a lie.
Because you believe they have the bomb, right?
Lie.
Don't you believe they already have the bomb?
Of course. Not only I believe that, it's our own, like until Trump come to office, and I am not criticizing Trump without a reason for anybody who's getting angry at me. It's your right, though. God, I'm angry. The moment until Trump comes to office, we have testimony from FBI, we have from CIA, every single alphabet department are sitting there saying Iran dangerous, Iran dangerous, Iran dangerous. Their uranium reach is 98%, and then suddenly Tulsi Gabbard's like, they're not even trying to build the bomb. And nobody's asking her, why would she sit there and go for such a big lie? Why did she get away with that lie? Well, I was one of the early people, I want to say, right after Trevor Loudon came out with his concerns with Tulsi, I was right after him. I've never trusted Tulsi Gabbard. I don't still trust her. I don't think she is who she says or other people say she is. I don't even believe that she's genuinely a convert from Democrats. And she has always been pretty nice to Russia, China, Iran. At some points, in some scenarios, Syria. So, yeah, she'll sit there and lie for Iran. If that's what it takes for Iran to get a deal, if that's what it takes for Iran to buy time, if that's what it takes for the regime to stay in power, I think she will gladly receive the money and lie for them.
So how do you think this ends?
Sadly, I believe they will drag on, just like they did with Biden. There won't be a deal, but Trump will continue giving them time so they can stay in power. Because again, they're not worried about
through all of President Trump's term, is what you're saying.
Yes.
What do you think these sanctions? His all purchases of Iran oil and petrochemical products must stop now. Any country or person who buys any amount of oil or petrochemicals from Iran will be subject to immediately and secondary sanctions. What do you make of this?
Well, again, it's one of those times of, is he sure? Because tomorrow morning he might put a truth out saying, okay, we're back on fourth session of negotiation with Iran. Go ahead and do business with them until further notice. I'm sorry, at this point, whatever President Trump says about as far as Iran is concerned, I don't even believe it. At that point, because he has changed his words from his campaign until today. He has taken a stand of, we will never let Iran get to the bomb, which again, they already have the bomb. We will stand, we want freedom for people of Iran. And then now his administration are talking about partial sanction. And then next day he's talking about full sanction. I don't believe what he's putting out about Iran. And I don't think he even knows what he's doing, again, because he picked the very wrong team of people to go through this negotiation for him.
Wow. Well, I knew you would know, and I knew you'd have plenty to say about it. liveuptofreedom.com, liveuptofreedom.com. Any other closing comment?
I would say, as much as I'm always keeping an eye on Iran situation, but let's keep a very close eye on Texas. This Epic City thing is gaining momentum on both ends. And as I said, we might, unfortunately, there's a possibility we might see heavy jihads going on, or we might just watch our legislators, including those we have trusted for a while, back down and let them build it. Either way, I don't think there will be a good outcome. So keep an eye on what's happening in Texas.
So if I were to say to you, Annie, based on how fast these places are growing, Dallas, Irving, Plano, Austin, outside of Houston, Sugar Land, Texas. Then you got what's going on in other states, Florida, Tennessee. Of course, obviously we know Michigan. I mean, if I had to guess right now, I would say that America is going to find itself going the way of Europe. And when these people get enough power in the at the local, state, and federal level, we are going to see the very same laws in America as you do over there, where you can't have these kind of conversations we're having now without fines, penalties, or charges. Would you agree?
I would 100% agree. Yes.
And what's the time frame? What's the time frame for the U.S.?
For the entire U.S., I say probably past our lifetime, mine and yours. But for certain states, between 5 and 10 years.
And those states would be like what?
Texas.
Michigan, Texas?
Well, Michigan is already there.
Minnesota?
Michigan already has the no-go zone. Minnesota already has, even New York already has the morality Sharia police for the Islamic communities. So I would say they're already there. But
do you think this is enough of an issue to Tennessee? What? I'm sorry?
The 5 to 10 years term, I would say, for Texas, for Tennessee, most likely Arizona, because they just gained power by Abe Hamadeh going into Congress. Remember, we have a Sharia obeying. I actually I was on your show when I did my search on Abe Hamadeh with the endorsement of President Trump, and I said I did a deep dive on this guy, and he doesn't even exist on the paper. And he just shows up, and he was the military guy who was assigned to managing and orchestrating all of our arms deal with Saudi Arabia. And he was trained by CIA, and he's publicly running on his Muslim heritage. But he did win. He's a congressman now from Arizona. So Arizona has what they needed to start turning into Michigan.
And do you think at one point in this time frame we'll see a Muslim Speaker of the House?
I do. Yes.
Time frame?
I think I said it on your show last time, 2026, when midterms happen. Not only just that, but we're probably going to see close to, right now being 261, we're going to get closer to over 300 Sharia-obeying Muslim representatives everywhere, local, state, federal. They're gearing up, and CARE's helping him a lot.
And when would you expect to see a Speaker of the House that's Muslim, Islam, following Islam?
5-6 years from now, as soon as they have the majority states. Remember, Tennessee, Texas, Arizona, Minnesota, New York, Michigan, you put all of those together, they become the majority of voice, not population. As soon as they conquer those states, I think that's when I wouldn't be surprised if by 2028 we start seeing a Muslim candidate for presidency again. They're going to try to make it as history making, but we already had our first Muslim president. But they're going to try to say the first, let's make history, first Muslim president going.
Yeah. No shortage of things to cover. LiveUpToFreedom.com. Thank you, Annie.
Thank you, Brana.
Check out her article right here on Front Page Mag. LiveUpToFreedom.com is her website, but her article is also at FrontPageMag.com. Texas, we have a problem. Sharia is coming to town. Joining me now are the Bad News Bears, Wes Peters and Michael Weiner. Gentlemen, welcome back to the broadcast. Thank you for being with us.
Brandon. Hey, good evening, Brandon.
Thank you. Glad to have you. All right, let's talk about Florida legislation. We've got Florida legislation to, I guess, pass bill. They passed the bill, making gold and silver legal tender. Why is this a big deal, Wes?
Well, it's for a number of reasons. This was Bill HB 999 that has recently passed, and Ron DeSantis is supposed to sign this into law, just like Sarah Huckabee Sanders did back in April, making Arkansas the first state to make physical gold and silver legal tender. It's a big deal, Brandon, because what would people rather have? Dollars sitting in a bank account, or physical gold and silver sitting in a depository, having an asset? With inflation, it's going to hedge against inflation and maintain your purchasing power. Have something physical, tangible, and not some fiat funny money currency. So there are a lot of things that this is going to help protect savers and have something that can't be hacked. And it's not that people are going to be going to the grocery store with gold and silver and making purchases. There will be a depository, and there'll have to be a wallet, a platform for people to make these purchases with a debit card, credit, a debit card type of instrument to do those transactions, and the gold and silver holdings will be taken from that person's account in the depository and shifted accordingly. So there's a lot to it, absolutely.
And what do you think of this, Mike Weiner?
I think it's something Wes and I have been talking about for the last year, ever since Passant, not for the last several months, actually. It's always been my belief that gold will return to being money again, and that's exactly where we are right now. Stop looking at gold as a commodity. It's a waste of time. Gold is money. There was a gal on Fox Business this morning who was brilliant, Macro Maven's gal, who was really good, Stephanie Pomboy. And she openly stated, and she's a huge securities person, that people with stocks and securities better wake up, because that end of things in the S&P 500 world will be restructuring itself with these new trade deals, and gold will be becoming a monetary instrument. Now, the thing you should be watching for, the two major predictions I will make, is the next big state, which already has its depositories and everything ready, is Texas. They will do it. They love it. They'll do it. But before these guys leave office, watch for the United States of America. Watch and see. The audit of Fort Knox is tied in to making gold and repricing gold to the spot price of the market that the U.S. owns, and getting ready for having a means within the United States of doing exactly what Wes described to you. And what we keep telling people, and what people should really understand, is their ability to create their own banking system rather than playing with fiat paper. If you own physical gold, you have a physical asset that you control. When you own paper money, you have no control of anything. Nothing. Our clients control their destiny. People who sit on money and on paper assets have no control of their destiny and are stuck with the whims of what goes on with the government. I'm done.
All right. Excuse me. Let's go to the next article.
And there are as many as 25 other states that are looking to do this, Brandon. So, right. This is gaining traction. And again, what this means for the price of gold and silver is, I think that's going to increase demand significantly, and people are going to be acquiring physical metal, transitioning some of their money outside of the traditional banking system, but more so outside of the U.S. dollar. And that's what we've talked about for years, is that we're living in a period of time where people need to have some of their money outside the traditional system. And I think this is just going to accelerate the demand for gold. And that's one of the major fundamentals that drives gold higher: a weak dollar, inflation, and supply and demand. So this is very beneficial for those that currently own gold and silver, and also a wake-up call for people that are still sitting on the sidelines, that you might want to be proactive and get involved in this while the prices are still down. I mean, gold and silver have recently pulled back.
BRICS may push gold price to 6,000 as U.S. trade war talks persist. Okay, so we were talking 4,000 and 5,000. Now, how do we already get to 5,000? I mean 6,000. We haven't even hit the 4,000 yet. Isn't this a little premature? We talking about this?
6,000 the end of his term, but 4,000 the end of the year.
Okay.
Yeah. China, just in the first quarter of this year, China's added 27 tons of gold. With the trade war and the tensions heating up and everything. Again, countries, BRICS, all these nations are de-dollarizing, and the U.S. really, again, as I've mentioned before, is proving their point about the big bully, the United States. Even though we've been getting ripped off in trade for decades by these countries, and we're just trying to level the playing field, they look at it like we're trying to bully them around and push them around, and so these countries are dumping paper fiat currencies and loading up on gold. And the increase in gold over the last 12 to 18 months hasn't been from investors like the three of us buying. It's been from central banks and large institutional investors loading up on metals, and it's going to continue. And I think that the everyday investor hasn't even really stepped on the dance floor yet. And with these states going to this legalized tender, I think that's going to increase demand significantly.
Also, the players that are in the gold market, that are in the market, the investment world, the big companies, BlackRock, which we'll get to next, and also Goldman Sachs. Goldman Sachs is touting gold close to 3,800 at year end. To hear it out of them, who's usually been an anti-gold source, mostly paper asset, they're literally coming out predicting $3,800 to $3,900 gold by year end.
Okay. So BlackRock, what are they saying? What's their numbers look like?
BlackRock is now looking at gold as an element that is going to hold value and offer a, putting aside the hedge, a monetary reserve against the restructuring of the tariff, post-tariff world. And that's where gold becoming money is so important. And that's why you see Basant and all the rest of them. But what they're looking at, the guy Vivek Paul from, I'm just looking at it right now, he's talking about, $4,000 gold, $4,100 gold year end. These are people that are not gold people. These are the anti-gold people who are coming out for it right now. So when you see that, little old people like Wes or myself who know a little bit more than probably they do, my position is 4,000 I'm very comfortable with right now. Very comfortable. Very comfortable.
And that Vivek Paul also says right now what's going on, Brandon, traditional safe haven investments are things like treasuries, US dollar, and bonds, and gold has outperformed all of those. I mean, heck, year to date, gold's outperformed the S&P 500, the Dow, the NASDAQ. So, we're on firm ground here, and we have had a pullback of a couple $100 since the high back in April. And this is just a buying opportunity. We don't want this market to just keep going up and not have any pullbacks. If you don't have some pullbacks and a new floor set, you don't have a sound foundation. So people should be taking advantage of this. I mean, like right now, you look at the price of gold. What are we at right now? We're at over here,
3,200 and change right now.
3241.30. So $33,241. It was up to $500. Gold is on sale, and a lot of that again was due to profit taking, people taking profits. So you need to consider, look at your overall position, look at your portfolio, dollar cost average, and buy the dips. Smart investors buy. What's the saying? Buy low and sell high. Right? Silver, 32.51 an ounce. The silver to gold ratio was as much as 105 to 1. It would take 105 ounces of silver to buy an ounce of gold. Right now, it's around 100, 101. It's pulled back a little bit, but silver is a steal at these prices right now. So, if people have questions, want to talk, want to learn more about the different products, the benefits, what's reportable to the IRS, what's not, how to get some of your money off the radar, so to speak. That's what we're here for, strictly information.
And of course, you put gold into your IRA as well.
Correct. Actual physical metal, not paper, physical metal, whether it be bars or coins.
Look at our people who have gold in their IRA. They're smiling right now. And look at the people who have been on roller coaster rides with the market. And, it could get worse with the tariff wars. It could literally see a restructuring of the entire stock market. The biggest problem in the stock market are the pigs that run it. The people who run the market are absolutely making a fortune. If you want to talk about why you see all this craziness, look at the wealth that's in the market. It's absolutely astounding how much money these guys and gals are making. 30, 40, 50 million dollars a year. It's amazing. While you're losing money, your broker's still making money. That's why it's important to be one-dimensional for yourself and your family. But if you back up and you have a security blanket tied to to gold within probably the most important thing you're retiring on. Right now, we're listening to the government talking about trying to readjust situations within pension plans. And one of the senators are coming out talking harshly against the idea of the Republicans doing that. Well, understand the fact that doesn't affect our people with gold. But the people who are in paper assets, people do whatever they want with you. They don't do that with you when you have a physical asset. They don't have control. You do.
Well said. All right, guys, go right here, worldviewgold.com. Click for more information. It'll bring you to the bottom of the page. You can fill out the form, get the free, no obligation packet of information. Free. Worldviewgold.com, or you can text Wes directly, your name and number. He'll send the pack. 602-558-8585. Thank you, guys.
Hey, thanks, Brandon. Have a great evening.
You too, my friend. Thank you.
Dolly, my pal.
She is sound asleep on her My Pillow pet bed at the moment right now. Do we have a shot of her? Can we do a shot? Do we have a shot? We got all these cameras in here. We moved the dolly cam. We got to get that set back up.
With the dolly cam, that's like criminal.
I know, isn't it? It is. But I don't think we have a shot of her. Oh, look at that. Wes is already gone. Wes is like, okay, I'm out of here. I don't guess we have a shot that picks her up, but we'll have to work on getting that dolly cam back. Thank you, Michael.
Thank you.
All right, go right there, folks. Worldviewgold.com. Joining me now is Dr. Basma Williams. I want to talk to her about many things related to our health, but one of them is electromagnetic force, EMF, cell towers, 5G, etc. Because, well, it's personal. It's personal for me because my daughter has been complaining about her hands tingling, itchiness under her skin. I mentioned this the other night to, I think, Dr. Lana. And feeling like she has a band going around the top of her head and like almost like fluid moving, and just not feeling well at all on top of these symptoms. She comes back here to the Mid-South for 8 days. As you guys know, you saw my granddaughter here with me at the desk twice. And within 2 days, all those symptoms went away. So obviously we got to think about, okay, what water is in the condo of hers and her husband? What about mold? Is there any mold in their condo? And what about cell towers? Well, I looked up on the air the other night, 533 cell towers, 533 cell towers in about a 11-mile radius around her. I don't know. Let's talk to functional medicine doctor and MD, Dr. Basma Williams. Doctor, welcome back to the broadcast. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you so much for having me today, Brandon. It's always great to be here.
Well, thank you. And by the way, what was the response we got last week from the introduction of myvitamin.com/worldview? What was the initial response?
The initial response was great, and I'm so excited for everyone who has started taking these supplements because their life is hopefully about ready to be changed. Because I'll tell you what, people who start them generally don't like getting off of them, not because they're addictive or bad for you, but because they're literally just giving you what your cells need in this world that we live in, which unfortunately a lot of the food we're eating is depleted of a lot of healthy nutrients, as you know.
And the retention rate, by the way, on that is what? I think you told me that at one point. What is it?
Yeah, very high. It's 97%. We have a lot of old customers. We started this company several years ago, and those same people that bought supplements back then are still buying them now. It's pretty amazing.
Obviously, they're getting results or they wouldn't keep getting them.
That's right.
Yeah. And we talked about, by the way, how most of the vitamins you go buy at your store, they've already aged out. They've already aged out. And you were saying in your study as an MD, you were finding, as you were studying stool samples for your research, a lot of people, their vitamins weren't even being digested.
That's right. And so when we looked at what supplements are we going to use, because when I studied functional medicine, it was clear to me that we were not going to get the amount of nutrients that our bodies needed through the food that we're eating alone. So we had to support our patients. And honestly, I had to support myself. I wasn't taking any supplements either until I went through the proper training, literally 3 additional years after medical school. This is not an easy feat. Unfortunately, a lot of doctors don't know functional medicine because who's going to go back to school after you've already spent 4 years of medical school, 3 years of residency training, and then 3 years on top of that afterwards to learn how to treat people from a holistic perspective, how to allow their
from prescription pad.
That's right. Mm-hmm. And so there are several key things that our supplements had to have. Number one is that they had to be clean. They had to actually be, gluten-free, dairy-free, egg-free, all these things free, because we knew that we were dealing with patients that were pretty sensitive. Mm-hmm. So we didn't want to make our patients sicker. The second thing our supplements had to have is a high absorbability rate, meaning when I gave you 100 milligrams of B12, I wanted you to absorb a lot of that B12, and I wanted the pill to be in its very, what we call already a highly absorbable state. So once that capsule is dissolved, then all of that stuff is already, your body just has to go through the membrane. So that was second. And then third, I had to have some evidence that it was actually reaching the target cells. And so that's where my ability to do these specialized labs comes in. So I would do labs on people before and after providing them with these supplements, because, it was kind of a hard sell initially, but there's two sets of proof. One, I got objective data that the cells actually, we were achieving levels that we didn't have before. And then two, my patients were feeling a lot better. What's the point of achieving levels and you don't feel great? You have to have both. So that was really, that kind of solidified the need for additional, supplements that I personally take myself and my whole family takes. And so now I've made it available to everyone.
Good for you. Well, we appreciate you. All right, let's go to, you heard my setup here. My daughter is, struggling for several weeks with itching under the skin, headaches she cannot get rid of, feeling like she has a band, like she's put a band around her head, and then fluid moving in her head and her brain, and her top of her head, she says. And I said, well, you're coming back to our place for about 8 days in a few weeks. Let's see if that clears up. If it clears up after you've been back here, then we can need to talk about the water in your condo, do you have any mold in the condo, and then 5G. She comes back within 2 days, all of that disappears. So, what do you think?
Generally, in my experience, in patients like that, it has been multifactorial, and we have to look at it from the lens of exactly what you just said. So we have to look at risk factors for her. So for example, it's not just, what's in her house, excuse me, potentially the mold and things like that, but also it's what's outside also right now. So if this is seasonal, and it could be the seasonal mold outside or allergens outside, certainly that increase in intracerebral pressure that she's experiencing and the itchy skin would suggest to some degree that there's something like a histamine reaction going on, where we really want to calm those that part of the immune system down. So this is a multifactorial problem. 5G certainly can be contributing. Generally speaking, 5G has been more notoriously known for causing things like the headaches, the dizziness, more of the neurological symptoms that you would experience that would also then go away if you remove yourself from that environment. The itching of the skin really would suggest some kind of histamine reaction going on. And so depending on how long, if she's had this for like 2 years, it probably wouldn't be outside environment with the changing seasons. But if she's had it like since, middle of March and all of April, certainly can be allergens. It could also be her, we look at your history, her having maybe taken a really strong antibiotic recently and really destroying her gut microbiome and causing leaky gut and to increase and things like that. And remember, the 70 to 80% of your immune system is right on the other side of the gut membrane. So we've had patients who come in. In fact, one of my very first patients that kind of scared me was this 9-month-old who was put on a really strong antibiotic for a ear infection, and literally head to toe covered in a rash. And so, we had to really quickly move to heal that gut lining. But, I don't know what, and we did. She was completely clear within a matter of days. But, that's kind of a big deal. So you want to look at it when we treat patients, Brandon, we look at multiple things and how they all work together, not one thing.
So, when I pulled up, just so the audience, I think may find it interesting based on where they live, I put in her zip code, and she has 533 cell towers in about 11-mile radius around her. That's a lot of cell towers. I've got 75 around me within a few miles. So that's a big difference. Now, I just put it into AI. I asked, which cities have the most cell towers? Here's the list. and I guess it's pretty obvious, major cities. New York City, Los Angeles, Chicago, Houston, Dallas, San Francisco, Washington, D.C., Miami, Philadelphia, and Atlanta. These are your cities with the most cell towers. What are some of the symptoms you hear from people that are getting too much EMF? What are the common symptoms?
You know, this is where I started doing my research on EMF, trying to prove that it didn't cause all these problems. And then I just found one study after another, that causes these problems. And one of the first studies I read, and I'm just going to read from this, and these are all major medical journals. These aren't just the little dinky ones that didn't even get published. These are major medical journals. And this is one that a lot of my patients can relate to. Among some of the more commonly reported changes are sleep disturbances and insomnia, headache, depression, and fatigue, tiredness, concentration issues, ADHD, ADD, things like that, restlessness, anxiety, nausea, and tinnitus. So ringing in the ears. So definitely something that when we look at it overall, we're looking at the nervous system being affected. And of course, a lot of this, you couldn't escape the data when in 2022, there was actually human studies, and I'll read this one to you because I always think this one is really interesting because it finally brought into the forefront sort of what we have been seeing for years now. I mean, literally in 2011, there was a report that the International Agency for Research on Cancer determined that EMF is a category B2 human carcinogen.
Whoa.
Like, that's a big deal. And that was in 2011. And they haven't changed their recommendation since then. There's been more studies that want to push it up into a 2A probable carcinogen, if not a group 1A actual carcinogen. It's one of those things where the FCC has not changed guidelines and or recommendations and has declared EMF safe based on the fact that it's non-ionizing radiation, but they don't take into consideration the cellular effects that we now know electromagnetic fields are having. But I wanted to share with you the study where a lot of these studies were done on rats, and they were simulated to have the same level of EMF exposure that us humans, bigger humans, have. And so, but this one was on humans, where we found that mobile phone use decreased overall sperm quality by affecting motility, viability, and concentration. It also reduced reduced the number of mitochondria in the sperm, and therefore their ability to, I mean, you don't make energy if you don't have mitochondria. So really, it decreased the number of sperm, the quality of sperm, and how well they can move. It was actually some fertility clinics that were finding more and more men coming in with infertility that sort of brought this all up.
Oh, well, I just went to cancer.gov, and I just show you a little bit about what they came up with. They're showing that several studies have analyzed the combined data from multiple studies of power line exposure and child leukemia.
Yes, that's right.
A pooled analysis of 9 studies reported a 2-fold increase of childhood leukemia among children with exposure of 0.4 UT or higher. Less than 1% of the children in the studies experienced this level of exposure. A meta-analysis of 15 studies observed 1.7-fold increase in childhood leukemia among children with exposure of 0.3 UT or higher. So again, power lines. Now that's interesting because my wife and I, when we first got married, lived in a rented townhome that had power lines nearby. And after that, we started saying, let's not live near power lines. We're not experts like you, but we kind of figured that probably isn't the healthiest thing in the world. So let's get away from that.
Especially if you have little kids running around. And I think that goes to the point of intuition. You need to trust your intuition. Like, your viewers need to trust their intuition. And so we made the same decision several years ago. We had a choice of 2 homes, and we chose the one that was away from the power lines. And the 2 homes otherwise were equal, price-wise, everything, square footage-wise, everything. So really, I think that even though there's no documented data from the government telling us that don't live near power lines, of course that would be, they'd be shooting themselves in the foot. But what really bothers me is that the FCC in studies, even by Harvard Ethics Department, has been declared a captured agency, and they have not updated their recommendations since 1996, when they made recommendations based on not electromagnetic fields and its effect on humans, but on thermal energy, how hot the phones get when they're right next to our ear. And they based their recommendations on a man who was 220 pounds, not taking any consideration at all with our little kiddos who are developing and who are at highest risk.
Yeah, and you would think pregnant women, this is not a good thing, right?
No, it's not a good thing at all. In fact, I just got back from the autism conference where I actually gave a lecture on EMF exposure and protecting the babies, because there have been studies done that show that synapses that are developing in the baby's brain are not developing normal when the child's mom has been exposed to extensive EMF. So we actually sold out of these blankets while we were at the conference. These blankets have EMF sewn on the inside, and we like to use them around the couch where we actually have, that's where I personally use them, and at my desk here where I can just put it over my belly. I'm not pregnant. I'm in my 50s. I'm not pregnant. I'm done with that part of my life, but you still have organs in your belly that you want to protect. And so that's what I do. I wear my cap. Let's see, where's my cap? It's over here. I wear this little cap when I'm working. When I'm not on air or seeing a patient, I'll wear this cap, and it's lined with something called Faraday that will help protect my brain. That would be a really cool experiment to do with your daughter.
We already are. We talked to Tina, your sister, because that's where we get them, right? At worldviewtalk.com. We talked to your sister Tina, and we're getting her. We sent her home with one blanket that I already had, and we're getting her a beanie.
Yes, exactly. And then also you want to get an electromagnetic field detector and go around the house and find where most of the EMF is. And also you want to do the common sense things in your own house, like turn off the routers, turn off the Wi-Fi in your home at night. Don't put your cell phone next to your bed at night. Put it out in the hallway. Put it on airplane mode unless you are expecting phone calls or need to get phone calls. We do because we're in a medical world, so we have to keep our phones on, but we keep them outside of our bedroom. We have nothing plugged in our bedroom. No lamps, no TVs, absolutely nothing plugged in. Our Wi-Fi is turned off at night. When I was at the conference for the autism conference, I asked just randomly, how many of you guys sleep better when you're out in the middle of nowhere? We used to have a little cabin where my husband used to wake up and just say, oh my gosh, that was the best night of sleep. And now in reflection, I appreciate why that is, and really being grounded in the Earth's energy and the waves that the Earth naturally makes versus the artificial ones that are being forced on us makes a huge difference.
Yeah, that is very interesting. Now, your sister came on the other night and said she's going away for like 2 months, and we're going to do a little test. And we offered to do the post-editing of her trip and make a little hour documentary, because she's going to be doing a little test to see what actually happens to her blood work after she's gone off grid for 2 months, correct?
That's right. It'll be a multifactorial benefit. I mean, obviously she will improve, hopefully she'll improve, I should say. But a lot of it doesn't only depend on the EMF exposure or lack of it, but it also is, what is she doing movement wise? What is she doing sleep wise? What is she doing diet wise? All of those things factor in. And, I just did a talk recently on insulin resistance, and it's interesting. Insulin resistance is sort of that pre-diabetic state. So in a lot of my patients, I'll actually check a fasting insulin level. Sometimes I'll even do a insulin level challenge where I give you a certain amount of glucose and I expect a certain amount of insulin. But if you overshoot the insulin or undershoot, that's all information for me. And so that is literally your pre-diabetic state. That is your golden ticket to not only not get diabetes, but reverse any of the damages that you're already doing by having that pre-diabetic state. And most of the recommendations are all lifestyle based.
Lifestyle based. Wow. Tell me real quick, how many people showed up at this autism conference you spoke at?
There was, I believe, 400 to 500 people that signed up for the event, and then there was probably another 200 people for the vendors.
And were they mostly mothers with children that have autism, or tell me about that?
Yes, mostly mothers and parents, mostly families, I should say. And they're amazing families. And in one of the core principles of having this autism conference is to support one another with other family members who may have a child who has autism, to show what is possible. Some of the lectures I listened to were extremely inspiring. What parents can, when you have a child with autism, and one of the kids who's an opera singer now, she's amazing, and she on stage thanked her mom and dad for not giving up on her, and that was just such a powerful moment. We had video of her when she was younger and a child, and how she was acting and behaving, and the parents never gave up on doing what is possible with all these natural modalities that we're using.
And what is the common, I'm going to guess vaccines was right there at the top, but what were the common testimonies of the causes?
Yeah, vaccines were certainly up there. And, it's interesting when you have a child with autism, you have a child, and this is really difficult too, because when you think about it, unless you're a mom to 4 or 5 kids first, and then you have a child with autism, you're not going to really know the cues of a child with autism before 15 or 18 months of age as a parent. And sometimes doctors also don't pick up on them, and they're so subtle. One of the biggest cues is just lack of eye contact and lack of tracking with the surrounding environment, the stimulus. That's kind of a big deal. But, they're essentially not vocal anyway until 15, 18 months anyway. So not having speech and things like that. So it's really, really hard to tell whether or not a child who, was born normal and then had problems after the first few vaccines, because we don't really know what normal, it's hard to assess. Do you understand what I'm saying? Yeah. Mm-hmm. So in that sense, there are some cases though, where parents who know that their child changed after certain vaccines, especially when they were older, 18, 24 months of age, all of a sudden they shifted, they started regressing, if you will. There were stories of that. There's also stories of course, always being that way. So my thought process with that is that this is a multifactorial problem too, meaning there's many things that contribute, not just one thing. And on the flip side, when you go to treat it, there's many things you have to do, not just one thing.
Wow. Well, there are so many parents that walk this path alone for a long time, and now it's mainstreamed, and people got support and medicine and good nutrition, and medicine is food, or food is medicine. So yeah, it's for those poor families that had to walk all this alone for so long, and they don't have to anymore. They plug into it. Any other topic you want to hit on news-wise, health news-wise, before I go back to talking about my vitamins?
I think that, just going back to EMF exposure, I want to leave people with a positive, empowering thing that they can do versus just fear of, oh my gosh, what do I do? Like that 21-year-old who I talked with who said, look, we can't live without it because we've become too dependent on it. So, and that is so true, right? We sort of love having fast downstreaming and downloading capabilities, but then we don't want to be exposed to the EMF. So if you think about the exposure, all those things we talked about, one of the biggest things I tell people is distance is your friend. So make sure there's plenty of distance between you and any EMF exposure. That's why you want to decrease the EMF exposure at nighttime, especially, and shutting down shutting everything down. You can actually hardwire everything in your house. There's many companies that do that, especially now. There's more and more. You can also walk around your house with an EMF meter and find where most of that EMF is coming from, because a lot of it is coming from outside. I had a parent who had a child whose smart meter was right outside her son's bedroom, and his room had the most amount of EMF exposure. So obviously she moved him. So knowledge is power, and you don't want to stick your cell phone in your bra or in your pants pocket or in your waistline or run with it on your arm. You want to maintain that distance, and that's why this Tina's company has made all these products that help decrease exposure. So the fanny packs and the side little purses, the hats and all that stuff, all of it is geared towards having a decrease overall exposure. And then when we look at the damage that the EMF is causing at the cellular level, where the calcium channels are opened and extra calcium is going into the cell, causing reactive oxygen species or the aging process to increase rapidly inside of a cell. What can you do to decrease that? And that's where we go back to, sleeping 8 hours a day, eating highly nutritious foods, having, taking these amazing supplements that support decreasing oxidative stress and improving cellular function. It's all these things, decreasing stress in your life. It's going out on walks, all these things that are really very empowering.
Mm-hmm. Let me go back to this page here at myvitamin.com/worldview. Because again, these are the packs. In fact, let me do this. Let me show you this. Melissa, I asked her to make sure I had these in the studio today. This is the pack. I think this is the one for. How would I know? How do I know if it's men or women's? Let's see.
That one is the women's.
How do you know that? How can you tell that?
Because I see a little CoQ10 in there.
Okay. Aren't you smart? Okay, so this is and so you got your.
I did create all those, so yes, I have to.
So you would know. So you got your AM, yeah. And then you got your PM, your bedtime. So again, very easy, all laid out. Is this the same one or is this one different? This is.
That's yours.
That's mine.
Yep, that one's yours. Now, Brandon, you know why we did this?
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I would have people bring in grocery bags full of supplements, and they're like, "Doctor, which ones should I take? And when should I take them?" And I'm like going through them going, "Oh my gosh, you don't need all these." We actually have, the patients who see me are the ones who are already on supplements, because they're already doing all the natural things. And so we're trying to give you what your body needs. And so through years and years and years of seeing patients, this is what we found. We kind of isolated it down to these are commonly what our patients need. Not only that, but a lot of patients don't know when they should be taking their supplements. Should I take it in the morning? Should I take it at night? When is it most beneficial? Things like that, especially when we start getting into the Common Restore Pack, for example. That's one of our most common ones especially for our stressed out women and men. And, knowing when to take the calming adrenal supplement is a really, you have to know what these supplements are doing. These are professional grade supplements that actually will turn it calms your system down. I like to say at nighttime, for those people that have those racing thoughts, that they're kind of on a hamster wheel, this special magnesium that we have, we also sell it individually because everyone loves our magnesium. Minimal side effects, and it really helps you sleep. You can take 1, 2, or 3 at nighttime, and it really helps turn that brain off, because we live in a world where we're just on all the time. We're thinking all the time, and it really helps calm that brain down to where my patients can fall asleep. So trouble falling asleep, that's a great supplement to use. One of our most popular packs is also the detox pack, because we live in such a toxic world. We don't ever, generally ever, I should say generally ever, because nothing is never, but a lot of times we don't recommend sort of doing this 1 or 2 week total liver detox, because really it's what you do on a day-to-day basis that really matters. So on a day-to-day basis, if you can improve phase 1 and phase 2 of your liver function, now you've got significant decrease in those things called reactive oxygen species that we talked about earlier that EMF causes. Now we have a significant decrease in those in that, so that our bodies can actually work better.
And everyone should be, I guess, starting with your daily foundational immune one. Is that right?
That's right. You can take that one if you want to boost your immune system, but there's a basic one called a daily foundational. So that one has either 4 or 5 capsules in it. Those are on top, a little bit higher up. There's a men's foundational, a women's foundational.
Okay. Men's daily, women's daily. Okay.
Yes, that's the first. If you want to do just one thing, that's the most important thing to do. And then if you want to add to it, depending on what you want to add, then you can add, for example, liver detox, or you can add hair, skin, and nails. That's another really popular one. We have some that are already combined. There are 2 that are already combined, and you don't need to buy anything extra. One is the Common Restore, and one is the Daily Immune. So the daily foundational with immune. What we have been getting more and more requests is for us to combine all of the foundationals with all the different other packs, so that way people would just buy one pack. And that is something we're working on because we just have such a high demand for it.
Well, people are awake, and if you don't have your health, what do you got, right?
That's right. Exactly.
Well, we always appreciate having you on, and it's great to know that last week's health interview with you got such a great response. I think this one will as well. And we want to invite people to go to myvitamin.com/worldview, myvitamin.com/worldview for more details. And they can support their health and us at the same time when they use that myvitamin.com/worldview tag. Go to that worldview one, folks, so we get credit as well. Help support our network, support us and your health at the same time. Dr. Williams, look forward to having you back next week.
Yeah, thanks so much, Brandon. Your listeners are so loyal. We absolutely love them. And
they are loyal. They are.
Yeah. Also, what I would love to hear, because again, we are using this platform to do good. We're also helping support, of course, your amazing work that you're doing, but we also want to be intentional about using this platform to do good. So I would love to hear what anyone would like to recommend that we talk about next, because Excellent. We can talk about just about everything. You know, I've been doing this for 30 years, and I would love to, just really share any insights that I've had. I'm not saying I know everything, but man, God has gifted me with a lot. So I would like to.
Well, as an MD, and then 3 years of extra study on the functional medicine is putting you heads and tails above a lot of people. And they can also email us here, Brannon@worldviewtube.com, Brannon@worldviewtube.com. Put in the subject line, Ask Dr. Williams. So if you have a question you'd like for me to ask her next week, just put in the subject line, Ask Dr. Williams, and we'll ask her your question next week on our visit. Sound good?
Sounds great. Thanks so much, Brandon.
Thank you. Dr. Williams checking in, folks. Check out this website and all the great resources that she's gone to great length and study put together. You can also find out about her and her life story as well. Remember, this is Tina's sister, right? So these are great. These are great people here. I've gotten to know them personally and in person. They were at our Ozarks Worldview weekend. So again, folks, check it out, myvitamin.com/worldview. All right, folks, that's our broadcast. Now, we're heading out tomorrow for the nation's capital. No, we won't be off the whole week. People are emailing, are you going to be gone for the whole week? I can't have you off the air the whole week. No, we won't be off the air the whole week. We will be coming on with you guys throughout the week from the nation's capital, sometimes live. Sometimes we're going to pre-tape some stuff, and then we'll set it up and bring it to you. But we're going to keep cranking out some great content for you all week. There might be a night or two if do a best of, but the objective is going to be that we're doing enough during the day that I can then come on and set it up and bring it to you at night as well. So no. So the answer is no. We're not planning on being off the whole week. Okay. Now I need you to pray for us. Pray for safety in travel, safety in running around, pray for the motor coach, no problems, that we don't get run over by any illegal invaders driving semi-trucks that mow us down. That's reasonable, right, Logan? Pray for good health, good weather, and we're still trying to get a few interviews, so pray that some doors providentially get opened and we get some interviews we've been working on. And I'll tell you some of the interviews we tried to get. Well, I'll tell you one right now. We're trying to get an interview with the Prince of Iran, the Shah's son. We've been trying to get one with him. But we're not going to give up, because even if we can't do it in person, we could always do it remotely when we're back. But we'd like to interview him. And we got some other interviews we're working on. So pray for some providential doors to open up there. And overall, just pray for safety and a lot of quality productions to be done, produce great programming, inspirational, educational, patriotic, historical, informative. And there's part of me that's looking forward to going, really is. But like Logan said, it'll be good to get back home and get right back into our normal routine. Yeah, but Logan and I both like routine. Dolly likes routine too, don't you, Dolly? You like routine. She's like, yeah, I'm a routine girl, Dad. So she's probably going to be the one most of all ready to get back home. She's like, I'm not sure I want to go all the way out there. And you're not going to be able to go with us everywhere. You know that, right? Yeah. Reagan asked if we're bringing her to the White House. I kind of doubt the White House will let me bring her. So I think that's a big no. Sorry, Dolly. Sorry, Dolly. So yeah, Dolly would probably be the one most eager to get home and get back to the normal schedule. So anyway, be praying for us. We do really, really, really covet your prayers. Okay, roll the music. And so again, please consider going right now, would you? Right here to this website right now, worldviewfoundation.com. worldviewfoundation.com. And I'm already texting right now with Gordon Chang about him coming on next week even. So yeah, there you go. I'm planning on still doing programming next week. But I need you to go right now, worldviewfoundation.com. Right, Dolly? Really, Dolly? You just about knocked over my water. Woo, that would have been a mess. All right, worldviewfoundation.com. May God...
Economy, education, work, responsibility. What we think about these depends on our worldview. Now, VCY America presents Worldview Radio with Brannon House.
2025 is clipping along here, isn't it, folks? Can you believe it? We're already at May 1st. Where has this year gone? But I don't know. That just seems like they get faster and faster, don't they, each and every year? They say that happens as you get older and older, and I think it's true. I'm experiencing it. And many of you know exactly what I'm talking about. We're going to have Aaron Lavarco in studio with us today. Our reporter from Israel is on the ground. He's doing a tour of the United States. As you know, he's with us just a couple weeks ago at the Waukesha Expo Center. He stopped off in the Mid-South on his way over to Knoxville, where he'll be speaking over there with our buddy Sharam Hadian at his church. And then, of course, we head out tomorrow for the nation's capital and lots of great interviews and historical sites that we'll be visiting. I was researching on one today. I was researching on one of the historical sites we're going to today. And again, these are going to be, you guys are going to, I just think you're going to like them. And we're going to do these little short format documentaries on a lot of historical sites. And I think a lot of you are going to find it very, very intriguing and interesting. And we look forward to getting this stuff post-edited and let all of you watch it. We will be broadcasting live. Someone said, are you going to be off the air for a whole week? No, that is not the plan. But I will have to be running some best ofs because we are on very limited time. We're not going to get everything done while we're there. There's just no way. There's so much to do, so many sites to go to, so many people to interview. So I will have to run a best of here and there. And but I will be trying to check in, won't we, Dolly? Dolly's still trying to get used to Aaron in the studio. She met him in Milwaukee, but she wasn't sure about you then, and she's still not sure about him. So she's huddled up next against my leg under the news desk, staying away from Aaron over there. So you'll have to excuse her. She's just being protective. That's all, Aaron. Yeah. All right. So Aaron's going to join us. Logan's finishing miking him up. But we got some news. Pete Hegseth has come out, the Secretary of Defense, given a pretty strong warning to Iran and the fires in Israel. We talked about it on TV last night with Aaron, who was in studio. But it seems as though this is nothing less than terrorism. We here at Worldview 2 got an email from former Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann. She texted our producer of Worldview Report, Leo Holman, and she says, this is really bad. She says, there's not only fire all around us, but now there's a sandstorm. And then she said that the smoke is horrific, even in their hotel rooms. So she's reporting to us on the ground as well. We have that written report from her in our Worldview report tonight. Okay, so let's go right away now that you got you all mic'd up, got your earpiece in so you can hear calls. How you doing, Aaron?
Doing really good, Brandon. Great to be with you.
Great to have you with us. All right, let's go right to these fires. This looks like this is terrorism. And I showed on the screen last night, I think a 2012 report where our own Department of Homeland Security was warning here in the U.S. that Al-Qaeda, their magazine Inspire, was bragging that they would use fire for terrorism. I think that's what's been going on with some of the fires in America. And I think our government has avoided saying anything about it for fear of copycats. And because all you got to do is have the Marxist, Islamist, a few of the other anarchists get, encouraged by this, and you got a real problem. So I think our government knows that some of these fires have come from terrorists, but I think that's what's going on in Israel. What are your authorities saying? Are they admitting that?
No, they definitely are, based on the people doing the investigations. What they're doing, they're researching how in the past, vandalism or arson is done, and they're looking at what's happened over the last 48 hours, and it's clear evidence that this is arsonist. And of course, they've found at least a couple of dozen people that they had cotton balls soaked in kerosene. They had lighters, they had matches. I mean, you don't need much more proof than that. And they're under investigation now, and hopefully we're going to get more information. But apparently, these terrorist groups, they're going out recruiting people to do this. And when you look at the damage and the destruction, and it could also, Brandon, be a decoy to get us away, get us focusing on these fires. And we talked about this yesterday, maybe in places like Judea and Samaria, there's going to be surprise attacks. So we're on alert. This was, by the way, a national state of emergency. This of mass proportion. We had every fire engine out. Actually, as I was driving here, Brandon, I pulled up at a light, and there was the Tennessee fire engine pulled up next to me. So I waved to the guy in the window. He pulled down his engine. I said, "Hey, I'm from Israel. Have you heard what's going on?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Well, we need you. Please come over."
Well, you guys do need help. It sounds like you don't have enough equipment.
That's right. And there's a lot of criticism, because about 15 years ago, we had our worst fire in history. Because of that fire, a lot of criticism came out saying, what would happen if we were attacked during a war or something like that? So we have got a lot of money from the government budget. We've stocked up on fire engines, on manpower, but obviously not enough. And people that were calling for more, who were saying we should get airplanes, and they were pushed away. Now they're coming out and saying, we
told you so.
Yeah, exactly.
Can I just say something here? I know it might seem offensive. Why do I get the feeling sometimes your worst enemy in your nation is your own government? See, in America, our worst enemy is our federal government. It seems like for you guys, Hamas and these other groups are bad enemies, but your worst enemy seems to be your own deep state, your own government.
Look, I agree, certainly with the deep state. Look, we have the luxury of hindsight, okay? There's always decisions.
But is it really hindsight if you have people telling you, we had really, really bad fires. If this happens during a war, we better get ready.
I know, I agree with you, but we did get more fire engines. Right. We did get more people. Obviously, it wasn't enough.
Right.
So is that a miscalculation? Is it an error? Was it wrong for them not to listen? Maybe a bit of everything.
But particularly when Al-Qaeda has an Inspire magazine out in 2013, 2012 saying, we're going to use fire for terrorism.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree.
I mean, it's not like you're a poor nation, so I don't know what you spend your money on. I know military. What is your social services programs like? How much money are you spending on welfare and entitlements over in your country?
Yeah, a lot. We really try to look after the elderly. Yeah. Which is great.
Which, by the way, can we just ask, then why do we see commercials on American television of your elderly people living in shacks that, I'm talking shacks, horrific shacks, people living in these conditions, and these tearful videos that if we don't call the phone number now and help these poor Jewish people get some food, they're going to starve to death. And I'm thinking, I'm not buying it.
Yeah, well, there's a couple of reasons. One is, especially if they're from the religious sector, the religious sector are poor. They are poor.
But your government's not letting your own Jewish people starve to death.
No, we don't have that. If you go,
Exactly.
if you go out on the streets in Israel, you'll rarely see a beggar, a street person. It's very, very little, because the Jewish community, the Christian community, and the Muslim community really look after the poor, the needy, the fatherless. They really do. So you don't get a lot of that.
So be careful of all these videos that make it look like the Jews are starving to death unless you send your $15 a month.
I agree. But believe me, the religious sector, which is about 30% of our Jewish population of 8 million, they are poor because a lot of them don't work. They study in their yeshivas, and a lot of them refuse to work.
Well, you know, if you won't work, you don't eat.
I know, and this is one of our big schisms in our nation, where the seculars who are sending out their sons and daughters to the army, and they're saying, look at the religious, they're studying, they're not working, and they're not sending out their children into the army. So this is a big schism in our nation, which a lot of people say one day could lead to a civil war. Remember the divided kingdom?
Yeah.
That when the two kingdoms divided, there's a lot of talk under the surface about a future civil war.
Yeah. Well, there even seems to be Dr. Jimmy DeYoung used to actually quote something from the Bible that seemed to make him believe that was something that was yet to be fulfilled, a civil war in Israel. I don't know what passage, I can't remember, I have to go back and look. When our AI is done, I'll be able to put that into AI, and AI is going to tell me what Jimmy DeYoung used to say about it.
I know there are prophecies in Ezekiel about the two houses of Israel, Judah and, Ephraim and Manasseh, and that there are battles between them. It could be those passages.
Well, you know, like I said, when we get our AI done, which we had another meeting last night with our IT guy on this, it is crazy. It sounds like by the first week of June, I'll be able to start putting in questions to the AI that we built. And it's all, just so the audience and listening friends know, it's all isolated. It's all isolated. It's all quarantined. It's our own systems. So nothing can get in to skew it. And, but how do you search 40,000 MP4s and 60,000 plus MP3s? How do you do that?
Well, let's see how good AI.
I can't. It's hard for me, but AI can do it, right?
Yeah, AI. Yeah, there you go. Yeah.
And so my guy said to Logan and I on the conference call last night, by the 1st of June, you ought to be able to start testing it before we roll it out to our audience. And then what did Jimmy DeYoung say about a civil war in Israel?
Yeah,
it'll pop right up.
Absolutely. By the way,
I don't even know where to look. I mean, where would I go to look for that?
Right,
I know I could type in Jimmy DeYoung, but I'm going to get multiple hundreds of interviews we did. So what am I going to sit and listen to every one? No.
Right.
AI is going to find it for me in a second, and then I'm going to pull it right up.
Brilliant. And by the way, do you remember a couple of weeks ago, around the time of the Waukesha conference, I sent you an article. The IDF has now launched a brand new military campaign using AI.
Really?
Where we will be able to get intelligence from our enemies through conversations, through calls, through texts. We will be able to find information, find people.
Oh, you know what you're going to be able to do? I bet you what you're going to be able to do is they're going to take these conversations they're tapping, and they're going to be able to hook people together and find out who's working with who through the network, right?
Absolutely.
The web. And then they're going to be able to say, based on these, we believe the trend or the next target is going to be like this.
Absolutely.
So it's not the AI thinking, it's just reason and logic being applied almost in a mathematical form to verbal language.
And you know what? This apparently, in the article I read, it's going to save us years and years of research.
Now the question is, will it ever get to the top? Because I hear we're going to be attacked. We have a possibility of being attacked here on this place, and nobody up top answers the phone, like happened on October 7th.
Well, you know what, Brandon? Yeah, October the 7th, bad. But a year and a half later, all of the top leaders in Hamas, they're gone. All of the top leaders in Hezbollah, Nasrallah, they're gone. But
the top leaders of Israel who didn't answer the phone from the girls trying to warn them.
Some of them are
girls
gone
on
as
the
well.
border. They're on the border. We're trying to make phone calls. Remember them?
Yeah.
Alan Dershowitz told me he was in some of those buildings on the border with some of those girls.
Yeah,
and some of them had autism, and that they were very skilled because of their autism, he said, to be able to watch and notice and pay close attention. And they were very skilled. And he was really quite upset because I think I don't know if I have to go back and listen to the interview, if someone were killed or harmed or what. But I mean, did we lose some of those gals?
Absolutely. Not only did we lose, some were kidnapped. But here's the other big problem. Girls that are recruited to go into that unit now, their parents, not only won't go, their parents, they're refusing.
Oh, of course they are.
Of course they are.
I got a map here real quick. This is some of the most recent areas that are on fire. Notice there doesn't seem to be any in that one big area, Nablus. What is that area?
Nablus is in the area near Ramallah.
Is that Palestinian area?
That is in the West Bank. That's in Samaria.
Are those Palestinian areas?
They're Palestinian areas. And by the way, Brandon.
So where's not burning is Palestinian areas?
Well, that's what I was going to say. That's another proof that it's arson because all of the Palestinian areas are not burning.
We'll be right back with Aaron. Don't go away. Hello, I'm Brandon House. Melissa and I have been taking Bella Grace, this powerful elixir, since last fall, 2023. The results have been amazing. My hands would crack and bleed, deep cuts and cracks every winter for years. No matter what we did, we couldn't get them to stop cracking and bleeding. This year, I took Bella Grace, no cracking, no bleeding. My acid reflux, gone. Haven't had to take a Pepsid. My hair growth, the last 2 times I had my hair cut, the lady had to use thinning shears on my hair. That's amazing. We've also received incredible feedback from you, our listening audience, and the impact it's had for you. This is loaded with astaxanthin. That's a powerful antioxidant. Collagen, but top grade collagen. Studies show 95% of it is being absorbed in the body because of the way they develop it. Then we have something called cat's claw. That's an anti-inflammatory from a vine in Peru. It's the bark, and it's an anti-inflammatory. There are about 80 clinical trials on Bella Grace. Please get a subscription now and save. MelissaHouseBG.com. Welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com. I think Walds was fired, right, Logan? I think Walls was fired. Good riddance. We were not for him to start with. We were warning about him when he got picked. So that's good. And I think he's going to be replaced by Steve Witkoff, if what I heard, which everything I've heard about him is very positive. What about you? What do you think of him?
Well, not everything I've heard is positive.
Really?
There are a lot of talk that he could be a weak link in Trump's cabinet.
Okay.
But, actually, the more he is going about his business, he seems to be delivering. And
he's not a warmonger.
No,
right?
He's not a warmonger. He's a bit of a moderate, and that's why maybe people are questioning him. But
But see, I don't know the vocabulary from Israel to America sometimes, because when someone here is a warmonger, we don't call them a moderate, we call them a conservative. when they're a warmonger who wants to go to war, we call them neocons or the military-industrial complex. So from your perspective, he's not a guy that's got wanting to go to war quickly. He wants to work this out diplomatically.
Correct. And you know what? Donald Trump's the same.
Right.
He's proving that he's first doing everything he can to bring about a political situation. But today, Brandon, a big turn. Pete Hegseth, sorry. The National...
He's our Secretary of Defense.
Secretary of Defense has given the Iranians a stern warning about the Houthis. And he's basically saying, we know where they get their ammunition from. We know who's supplying them. We're not stupid. Your last warning. And if you don't stop, there's going to be big consequences. This is more than a diplomatic warning, Brandon. From what I've heard, this is a military warning. So Iran, the ball is in their court. If the Houthis don't stop, but here's the potential. The Houthis may stop, and we know that the Iranians are masters for stalling for time. And this is the problem.
There it is, Stars and Stripes. Stars and Stripes, that's a very popular military publication here in the U.S. for decades and decades. The headline is, Hegseth says, Iran will pay for its support of Houthi militant attacks in Red Sea.
That's military talk, Brandon. That's more than just political.
In fact, here's his exact tweet yesterday. Message to Iran. We see your lethal support to the Houthis. We know exactly what you're doing. You know very well what the U.S. military is capable of, and you were warned. You will pay the consequences at the time and place of our choosing.
You know, Brandon, I was listening to a political analysis of a potential strike, and one of the suggestions that is high up on the possibilities is what's called a cyber attack, an electromagnetic strike.
Okay, you're talking about electromagnetic pulse, EMP.
Yeah, you got it.
And who's going to do that? The U.S.?
Actually,
I'm sorry, Israel?
Well, I was going to say, this is where Israel would not need the U.S. But here's the key to it. In order to do it, and in order to bring down the Iranian regime, you would need the people of Iran to be ready.
Yes.
They are the ones that are going to have to pick up the pieces while everything's blacked out, while there's no power, no grids, that the people would somehow overtake the regime. And there are a lot of reports that a number of soldiers in the regime, they want out. They're done. They see the economy, they see the water, they hear the groaning of the people. They want out, but they don't have a choice to get out.
Right.
But something like this could be what would be a non-combatant strategy, and saving, potentially millions of people's lives.
But then Iran can do the same to you guys, by the way. They have EMP weaponry. We've been reporting on it with Dr. Peter Pry for years. In fact, I just found a headline the Daily Mail from the middle of this month, or last month. The terrific arsenal at Iran's disposal. Islamic Republic could disable Israel with EMPs and may have stockpile of dirty bombs, expert warns, after Tehran bragged it will unleash weapons never used before if attacked. So if you guys both start using, I guess the question is who's going to use the EMP first? Is Iran EMP hardened? That's the question.
Yeah, and the other question is
their military EMP hardened, I should say.
Right, and the other question is does Israel, or does even Iran...
Are you guys EMP hardened?
I believe so.
Your military?
Yes, I believe so. And the other question is do we have a defense? Is there a defense against being attacked this way? Is there a defense?
Well, the only way from EMP, because they let up a nuclear weapon above, the Earth, many, many miles, detonate it, and then that electromagnetic pulse gets picked up by the curvature of the Earth, and it can fry your whole power grid, your country, right? So that's the threat to America. That's been the threat that Peter Pry, who used to sit at this desk, was the chief of staff of the EMP Congressional Commission, was warning about. And we've done nothing to harden our grid, nothing, because the power companies, and there's a lot of them, a lot of power companies, independent power companies, and they have very strong lobby, I guess pour a lot of money into the pockets of senators and U.S. representatives. And so they have been able to stop being forced to harden the grid. And so we don't have protection here. Some of our military units and military bases are hardened, but we as civilians aren't. But yet at the same time, our military relies on civilian infrastructure like grid. They have generators and stuff too, but how long you'll run on those, I don't know. But the question is Israel, have you guys hardened your military installations versus your civilian critical infrastructure?
I believe so, Brandon. Practically everyone in Israel has a bomb shelter. Right. And part of the bomb shelter is we have sealants, where firstly, the rooms themselves have special sealing, but then if they have windows, there's special sealants there as well. By the way, I found out an interesting statistic a few days ago. In the Gaza Strip, Brandon, there is not one bomb shelter that's ever been built. What does that say?
Where?
In the Gaza Strip.
Really?
There is not one bomb shelter ever been built in the Gaza. What does that say?
But they have underground tunnels galore.
Well, but the underground tunnels are not to protect.
But they have nothing for their people.
They have nothing for their people. Okay. What does that say about
they don't care about their people.
They don't care about their people.
No.
But I just wanted to throw that out for the public, for them to know where when you compare and contrast with Israel, every family, in fact, a new home, it's mandatory to have a bomb shelter in a home. That's how much we care for our public, we care for the people. But sadly, in the Gaza Strip, not one bomb shelter has been built.
Wow,
shocking.
not one. So how many of the fires are under control? What's the
Well, I just got a report an hour ago that finally the fires are under control.
Okay.
The winds have died down. They had terribly strong winds overnight. They've calmed down with all of the help from Croatia, Italy, Macedonia, Micronesia. All these countries are coming to the help of Israel. What a blessing for us, and I pray that they get blessed back. So we've been able to put the fires out, curb them, put the water in places where it's not being able to spread. But yeah, what the key, of course, are the winds. And if you look at the trees, it doesn't look like it's so windy right now, which is a key factor in this. Yeah, I can't remember the amount of dunams or acres, but it's a mass amount that has burned up. And as I mentioned yesterday here in the studio, since 1948, we have a one day every year, it's called Tu B'Shvat, where we go out and we plant trees for the beauty, for the ecology. And it's been estimated that we have about 700 million trees that have been planted since 48. And in the hundreds and hundreds of thousands have been burned. It's just terrible. And can you imagine what that does to the animal and the wildlife as well?
What about the sandstorm? Are these pictures coming out of Israel? Are these legit pictures of the sandstorm? Is that legit?
That is legit. I saw that yesterday.
That's sand, or is that smoke?
That is sand. That's a sandstorm. We get at least one or two every year.
Like that big?
Exactly like that. Now, when it hits Israel, I don't believe that that's Israel. That's where it's coming from, and I can't remember.
They were saying Egypt.
I was going to say, I think I read it was from Egypt.
From Egypt, yeah.
That's what it looks like in Egypt. By the time it gets through the Sinai Peninsula and gets to the southern part of Israel, it's thinned out a lot. But we get the aftermath, and like, what's her name? Michelle Bachmann, who said, Congresswoman. You get it. And, the only people that are happy are people who own clean car companies. They're the only, they love it.
The people that do all the detailing.
Yeah. Everyone queues up the next day to get their car clean.
I bet they do. All right. A lot of people are always asking us about the red heifers, the temple. Now, I know you spoke on some of this at our rally in Milwaukee, Waukesha. But where are we at with the 5 red heifers? Have any of them been disqualified? Any of the 5?
I'm reading reports that some of them are getting to between the 5 to 7 year age, which is going to disqualify them. But again, hearing reports that they're breeding more red heifers. There's not a lot of new news going out, except one key thing to keep our eyes on is the issue of the Temple Mount. And more and more during the feasts of the Lord, during the high holy days, like we've just celebrated Yom HaAtzmaut, which is our Independence Day. That was yesterday,
right?
Our 77th Independence Day. So these are days that many, many more Orthodox Jews go up on the Temple Mount. And as I quoted, just before I came to America 5 weeks ago, members of the Israeli Knesset wrote letters to members of the Congress here in the United States, asking them to officially recognize the Temple Mount as sovereign Israeli territory. I think it's a matter of time that that's going to happen. The other key point that we're going to keep our eye on over the next short period is the conclave, the choosing of the next pope. And we all know that the pizza is on hold.
Right.
The Jerusalem Cardinal, Pizzararia, or whatever his name is.
Pizzaballa.
Pizzaballa. He is, in many circles, he is the leading candidate. The process is called the conclave, where they choose 12 cardinals, and from those 12, they choose one. And apparently the leading one is the Jerusalem one, who is born in Italy, but he's been in Jerusalem for, I think it's about 20 years, speaks perfect Hebrew, dialogues with the rabbis. Wouldn't that be interesting if he got the position and he was able, and this is where we have to be alert, that he brings about a peace deal you know, between the Muslims, between the Jews. And by the way, the other news I heard today, Brandon, big news. This is, again, just within the last half hour. Saudi Arabia, and this is to do with the attack, a potential attack on Iran. Saudi Arabia would be happy if Israel and America, but if Israel attacked Iran and took out that threat, because the Iranians are a threat to Saudi Arabia. And the Saudis said that, or rather the reports are saying that the Saudis would be even more inclined to join in the Abraham peace accords if Israel does it. So they're encouraging it. And not to forget this really important point, that Islam began in Saudi Arabia. That's Mecca. And the glory of who is the kingpin of the Muslim world, they want to retrieve that. They want it to go back to Saudi Arabia. So if
hold right there.
Sure.
And we also have breaking news about Marco Rubio and Walz coming over right now. We'll get to that on the other side of the break, and we're going to take your calls. Don't go away. Hello, I'm Brandon House. Is the government tracking you? Do they have access to all your data? Well, if you go to worldviewtalk.com, you'll find out about a cell phone company that, well, does not store your data. They don't do that. This is what they're known for. They don't store your data. You have privacy. You're not being tracked. That's why a lot of folks are turning to worldviewtalk.com. You'll find their prices are very competitive. All the details are there at worldviewtalk.com. Again, worldviewtalk.com. Oh, while you're there, not only do they have cell phones that aren't tracking you, you can find out about how to get a satellite phone. Should the whole system go down and you want to communicate with a family member or a loved one, you might want to have a satellite phone. Or how about their solar generators? They have great solar generators. Check them all out right now. Worldviewtalk.com, worldviewtalk.com. All right, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Worldview Radio, our website, worldviewradio.com. Be sure to stay tuned for Crosstalk coming up at the top of the hour on over 100 outlets nationwide with Jim Schneider, your host, America's original Christian talk program since the 1970s. You can hear it if you're not on one of their terrestrial stations. You can find them at VCY, V as in Victor, vcy.org, vcy.org. By the way, Dolly is finally laid down on her side, asleep on the floor between you and me. So clearly she's not too worried about you, or she wouldn't be laying on her side and asleep. So
I'm very happy about that.
She's warming up to you, Aaron.
She is, thank God.
Yeah, you've known two of my labs now, Dolly and
yeah, absolutely.
Delta.
And I love dogs, so it's unusual for me that dogs react like that to me, but yeah, finally.
She's been skittish since she was a puppy, which makes her actually makes her a great dog. I've found that my last two labs have been great labs because Dolly's half sister to Delta, but I found that when they're a little skittish, they tend to make better pets. At least I find it for what I want. I don't know how she's trained. She was bred as a hunting dog, so I don't know how she would do with gun training and all that. She didn't go through that. I gave up. I gave up on that several years ago. I don't have time for it anymore. I wish I did, because I had some great hunting dogs, and I spent the time having them trained and all that. I don't know how she would do. Look, there's a nice shot. I don't know how she would do. She might be way too skittish. I know she had a bad experience on New Year's Eve with fireworks. Some knucklehead in my neighborhood let off fireworks on New Year's Eve while she was in the backyard going out, and I was standing there with her. Well, she made a beeline right to the house, and ever since she hears someone letting off fireworks. So they may have just ruined her for that, but not that I was going to do that. But on a side note, I find the dogs that are a little more timid tend to be better pets because they stick real close to you. Like, she's always near me. She's always close by. Nice. So the ones that are a little more bold kind of wander. You know, next thing you know, you find them 5-6 doors down, right? Or they just don't stick close to you. So I tend to like them a little timid. Not with her. I didn't have a choice. She was the last one. When I called the man that breeds them and they're buying them from, passed away 3 weeks earlier, and she's like, "We don't have any female labs. They're all gone." And she said, "Wait a minute." She came back to the phone and said, "Someone just canceled one, so we do have one." And I said, "I'm on my way," and went and got her.
Great.
So she was my last one. That's why I named her Dolly. It means gift from God. Because
really?
Oh yeah, because if Delta had not died the night before, if she had died a day or two later, she'd been gone. Because when we got there, the lady said someone else has already called wanting her. And I told them, no, the man is on his way. She's spoken for. So she was a gift. And she's Delta's half-sister, so we love her.
That's what Dolly means.
Means, well, when I looked it up, it means gift from God.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Nice.
So there you go. So there you go. We did what we call a rabbit trail here. But anyway, she's laying down on her side. She's asleep. She's getting very used to you, Aaron.
Good.
All right. So news. We're now getting news. We're going to have to stand corrected here. The news now is that Trump has announced Mike Walls as his UN ambassador. Remember, it was supposed to have been Elise Stefanik, but I guess they couldn't get her through there. They didn't want to, or I guess they were concerned about getting her confirmed. I can't remember what the issue was, but they also didn't want to lose her House seat. Couldn't lose her House seat. So I think Elise Stefanik would have probably done a nice job from what information I have. So now Mike Walls will go over to being the UN ambassador, and Marco Rubio right now is going to serve as National Security Advisor and Secretary of State.
Both.
He said it's just for the interim, I'm being told.
The interim, right.
But, he's going to poor Marco Rubio, Logan and I have commented, he seems like he's always exhausted and worn out flying between time zones. That poor guy's not going to get any sleep now that he's NSA. But that's the breaking news there. Now, you got some breaking news related to Iran.
Yeah, we were talking a lot about Iran and the pressure from Hegseth.
Well, see, look, I can't pronounce the Israeli names. You can't do our names. So this is great. We can help each other.
Here you go. So here's a quote from Donald Trump. All purchases of Iranian oil or petrochemical products must stop now. Any country or person who buys any amount of oil or petrochemicals from Iran will be subject to immediately secondary sanctions. They will not be allowed to do business with the United States of America in any way, shape, or form. Thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump.
Thank you for your attention. Now back to regularly scheduled programming.
This is called maximum pressure on Iran.
Right.
He's putting the squeeze on. He realizes, Brandon, that the dialogue, the diplomatic route hasn't worked, and good for him. There was question marks. Is Trump going to be sideswiped, deceived? The Iranians are masters of deception. Obviously, he went in with his eyes open. He gave them a chance. History will look back and they will see that he gave them every chance, and now he's changing gear. So let's stay on the edge of our seats. Yeah. Because this could be the war of all wars that we've been talking about and waiting for. And I can guarantee Israel will be on a state of high alert. And for all we know, maybe the Iranians saw this coming and they sent out operatives to start these fires to get us preoccupied. Who knows?
Do you think that Iran is going to respond to that? And if so, how?
No question they will respond. How, I don't know. But there's no question. We saw what they've done twice during this war. They sent over 300 long-range missiles, ballistic missiles they sent at us. No question that they will respond, but how, I don't know. They may have some surprises up their sleeves, but I'm intrigued, knowing what happened with the pages when we took out the Hezbollah leaders. I think we've got a few surprises up our sleeves as well. And if we act with the United States of America, who knows, this could be over without, or rather with the least of harm. Who knows? Maybe a lot of this barking from the Iran, maybe they've been bluffing. We don't know. Although I wouldn't play around with their barking. We definitely know what they've been capable of. Ballistic missiles. They've got drones. They've got in the hundreds of thousands the most sophisticated drones. So, but we talked about perhaps a cyber attack, and then I quoted the other day the ex-Shah of Iran. His son,
the prince,
the prince, who
I'm going to tell you now. I don't like letting out too much information. And the audience can pray about it. He's one of the ones. When I said to the audience the other night, we've put in for interview requests, and most of you would never guess. Most of you would never guess who we've put in for interviews with. You're going to go for the obvious ones, and the obvious ones would be nice. I'm not going to, say that's not an honor too, but. I tend to like to interview people that everybody else isn't interviewing to the maximum, right? And so I've put in for an interview with the prince. we'll see where that goes.
That would be
because we're
great.
going to be in Washington. He's there. He's getting back. I think it was just in L.A. So we have put in for an interview with the Prince.
Excellent. Very
and if we can't get it in person, we're going to keep trying to get it by remote.
Remote, yeah, recording or
Right.
doing it through live Zoom or whatever.
Right, exactly.
Well, what I've seen of him, very sophisticated leader and speaker, very pro-West, pro-Israel, loves Israel, comes and calls us our brothers. He was in Israel about 6 months ago. We loved him. He went to the wall, the Western Wall, which, by the way, the Western Wall is waiting for you to come. One day.
We're going during the millennium. Why do you think I'm taking a motor coach to D.C., not an airplane? Plus, I can't bring all my equipment. You think I'd put all my equipment on an airplane, they'd have it all torn up. That's if it even got to the other end. It would all be torn up on the other end. There's no way I'm letting them touch that equipment. It's too expensive. But we can put all that onto the motor coach, and I got to bring my dogs. Yeah, and I'm not checking those under the...
Hey, there is something called a boat.
You know what? If you can find me a boat that will go from Florida or wherever to Israel and allow my dog, let me know.
I'm going to look into that here.
You're looking at that one for me,
I
will you?
want you in Israel.
I know you do.
No, not only because of our friendship, but for you.
Yeah.
You got to come. It's a life-changing experience.
Well, this gal right down here goes everywhere. I have 2 girls that go with me everywhere, both blondes, Melissa and my dog. Let's open the phone lines because I have a listener wanting to know something here. 1-800-347-9829. 1-800-347-9829. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions. 1-800-347-9829. Before I get to the question that someone sent in here, have you seen this documentary? Paramount Plus acquires the Children of October 7th documentary. Have you seen that?
Brandon, I'll be honest with you. I've had a number of chances to see it.
I didn't know about it till right now.
I can't watch it.
Well, I didn't know about it till today.
Yeah,
till right
I
now.
can't watch any more videos and documentaries. It affected me too much. I'm kind of
Well,
done.
Logan, can you help us get that gal that produced it? We should see if we can get her on the air and interview her. I'd like to watch that. What, have you heard anything about it?
Well, it's just, interviews with survivors, witnesses.
Children of parents. I'm sure some of them have lost their parents.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right, we have a listener that's wanting to know, apparently, again, if this is to be believed, Johnny's forces are advocating toward Swalia Gavrante, a Druze-controlled region. They claim they have footage out there on the social media sites. So I don't know if there's any truth to that. I'll show it to the audience. But for the radio, explain.
Well, I don't recognize.
True?
I don't recognize the name of that place, but I tell you, they have the high
ground.
High ground, and that's a big concern. Already, there's been in the dozens of Druze that have been slaughtered, and I reported yesterday here that Israel, Bibi Netanyahu, emphatically said, we will not let our Druze brothers sit by. We will defend you. For those of you viewers who don't know, in Israel we have up to 70,000 Druze, and some of their families living in these places we're talking about, Syria. And so we are inside of South Syria. We are going to defend them. And this is, you know what, for me, this is showing our character, showing our loyalty to people who are in vulnerable places. But we better follow through. If we don't follow through, it's not going to be good for us. We got to follow through and back this up.
1-800-347-9829. 1-800-347-9829. Your thoughts, your comments, your questions, folks. Let's go to the phone lines. And you guys call in, you hear someone drop off, that means the line's opened up. Let's go through as many as we can. John, line 1. John in Texas. Thanks for calling in, John.
Hi, Brennan.
Hi,
Thank
John.
you. I really love your show, especially when you talk about end times and the third temple. Anyway, so did you get my question?
No, I did not. What's the question?
The question is this. Jesus said, when you therefore shall see the abomination of desolation spoken of by Daniel the prophet, stand in the holy place. Whoso readeth, let him understand. So where specifically is Jesus referencing in Daniel?
That would be in the temple. That's be where the Antichrist sets up his image which is really the false prophet, gives breath to it, according to Revelation chapter 13 and 14.
Yeah, and the key part, sorry to interrupt, the key part to that verse is the holy place. When you see him, the abomination that causes desolation in the holy place. In the days of the Bible, when you made that reference, the holy place, there was only one place people would think of, Zion, the temple, the Temple Mount.
So you got to have a temple for that to even happen, which is why we watch, and not because we're excited about that, because it's going to be decimated, desecrated. But in one sense, you're kind of excited about it because you believe it'll be an opportunity for evangelism. Is that right?
There's a number of reasons. That is one, definitely one big reason. But another reason is because of Israel's call in the last days. In the book of Isaiah chapter 2, it says, in the last days, the mountain of the Lord will be elevated above all nations, and nations will go up. This is not just a Jewish vision to rebuild the temple. This is a universal vision. My house will be called a house of prayer for all nations. And the Jewish religious people, they're waking up and realizing it's not just for us Jews, it's for the Gentiles as well.
We'll be right back, folks. Don't go away. We're not changing courses now. We are who we are. We're committed to the truth that we are committed to. Worldview Tube is a broadcast network that I started in 2006, but it's based on my 35 years as an author and speaker and commentator. Worldview Tube is here to defend the truth of a Christian worldview. And we believe we can apply it to all areas of life, like law, science, economics, history, family, social issues, education, religion, major issues.
At worldviewtube.com, we provide news from around the globe that isn't typically covered by mainstream media. Visit worldviewtube.com to watch our experts and analysts discuss all your favorite topics on our 24/7 live stream. Explore our extensive collection of unfiltered and uncensored content from 35 years of production. Go to worldviewtube.com today. Also find us on all of these major platforms and download our Worldview Tube mobile app.
Don't give up.
Oh, I'm not. I'm ready to keep going. All right, folks, welcome back. Glad you're with us. Let's go to the phone lines, back to the phone lines. Chris, phone line, we got another line open there, folks, if you want to get on board. 1-800-347-9829, 1-800-347-9829. Chris from Wisconsin, line 2. Hi, Chris.
Hey, Brandon, thanks for taking my call. Great show.
Thank you.
Hey, I just had a question for Aaron, and I've always wanted to ask this to an Israeli, but I keep forgetting. So, Aaron, I went to Israel back in 2019 with a group of people. It was like 300 and some people on this tour. It was a Christian group, and unfortunately, because we were such close proximity together, a lot of us got sick. This was when we were in Jerusalem. But I was wondering, Aaron, if I wanted to go back to Israel someday, is there a way that instead of going with a group, that I could go with a singular Israeli guide, like preferably a Christian Jewish person, Messianic Jewish person like yourself, and
just hire Aaron.
Well, brother, I don't know if you know this, but I'm a fully licensed Israeli tour guide. I have been for about 18 years, and I don't just guide churches and groups, but I also guide singles, couples, families, small groups. So get on my website, get my email there, and write me, and I'd love to guide you around, brother.
What is your website?
lighttothenationsministry.com.
All right, thanks, Aaron. I appreciate it.
I'll pick you up at the airport, brother. Look forward to it.
There you go. Let's see. Jeff in Arizona, line 4. Hi, Jeff. Hey, Jeff.
Hey.
How you doing?
Okay, how are you?
I'm good. Thanks for calling in.
Hey, Aaron, I'm just calling to encourage you. I met you at Gilbert in Arizona, and if you remember, my wife was there. She was a psychologist. I showed you pictures.
I know exactly who I'm talking to. I remember your face, and I remember your wife's face, brother. Good to hear your voice.
Yeah, I've been trying to track up with you. I haven't heard you on the radio here for a while. Are you in Israel or are you in the States?
He's here in Memphis, in our studios outside of Memphis.
Yeah, I'm still here, and I'm going back next week.
Okay, I thought that's what you said. But I just wanted to let you know, I remember you talked about dark times.
About dark
remember
times.
when you were in Gilbert, you said you were in a lot of dark times sometimes.
Yeah, that's the result of living in a war zone,
I understand. Well, I just wanted to tell you, remember you made the joke about it must be hard living with a psychologist. And I want to send you my card or her card sometime, and you can gladly call us anytime because I'd love to talk to you more about that.
Awesome.
So anyway, thanks for being here.
Thanks, brother.
And I'd like to keep in touch with you.
Thank you, Jeff. Let's run to Dave real quick. Dave, line 1 from Arizona as well. Hi, Dave.
Hi, Aaron.
Brandon and Aaron, we're both here. Yep. Yep.
Hey, Aaron. What I wanted to say is I pray every day for the peace of Jerusalem and peace in Israel, and I'm sure there's hundreds of thousands of people in the U.S. praying for you. And I just had a question about because I was thinking of we might take a trip next year to Israel. And the place I wanted to go besides Jerusalem was En Gedi. And I just wanted to get your comments about En Gedi.
En Gedi, brother, is one of the nicest places. And of course, it's the story where David ran away from Saul. And that is where we believe that he wrote a lot of the biblical poetry that we call the book of Psalms, where he really gets in touch with nature, or he gets in touch with God through nature. So beautiful place, great place. Brennan, it sounds like people are starting to want to come back to Israel.
They are.
Which is great. It's great for the industry.
It's amazing to me they all want to go back, even though you're still at war. You got fires of terrorism, but they all want to go.
Yeah. So, yeah, thanks, brother. It'd be great to see you in Israel one day.
Tom, line 3. Tom, thanks for calling in, Tom.
Hi, Brandon.
Tom. Yeah, hi.
Aaron, thank you guys very much for taking the call.
Yeah.
I just wonder and worry, shouldn't we be more cautious about the Shah of Iran's son and welcoming him with open arms, kind of like letting the enemy in our camp?
Oh, well, no, but his dad, he has been here his whole life pretty much. He was brought over here as a little boy by his mother. And of course, his father was not interested in Sharia. Remember, he came over here to get cancer treatment under Carter, and Carter's CIA basically booted him out and let the Ayatollahs take over. And his dad was not for a Sharia Islamic law. He was not. And he was friendly with your nation too, wasn't he?
Very much.
So it's not like we have anything, we have no red flags with him, is what I'm saying. There's nothing to be suspect of. A lot of people don't know about him. A lot of people just don't know about him.
Thanks. I was wondering, but keep up the good work and God bless you both.
Thank you, Tom. Rick in South Dakota, line 1. Rick, that's why one reason why we want to interview him. A lot of Americans don't know, right? Particularly if you weren't, like I was a child, but I was living in D.C. at the time as a child, so I was watching all of this. I was interested in all that, and we had, the red ribbons on all the trees for all the hostages, and so we were tracking it, right? Even as a kid, you couldn't help but do it. If you lived in D.C., you're surrounded by all this as a kid. But yeah, a lot of Americans, if they weren't old enough to know about that time and be born or study it, they don't know. A lot of people have no clue. The former leader of Iran, the Shah's son, even lives, much less his wife, their princess, she lives here. The queen, I guess they call her. Rick in South Dakota, go ahead, Rick.
Hi, Brandon. I just want to mention a couple of things. The fires, we moved here from Colorado. We lived there for about 20 years before, and we lived in South Dakota now. But there was the pyroterrorism there was just out of control. Still is. Every summer that you could hardly breathe in Denver, and they would always have these fires, like the $400 million worth of homes that burned in Colorado Springs. They never did say what the cause was, but 2 years later, I checked into it, and they said it was human caused. But that's all they would say. And the fires, there's a guy who's great on this stuff. You may know him. He's John Guandolo.
Yep, we've had him on many times.
The FBI.
Yep.
He did counterterrorism for 10 years, I think, with them. But he's really on top of this stuff. If you can get him on your show, I'd really encourage you to do that.
We produced his TV show for
all the time in Denver.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we produced his TV show for years. So he's been in our studio many times. Let's see. Bruce in Missouri. If you go fast, Bruce, we'll get you in. Go, Bruce.
Yes, there is a book out called The Return of the Red Heifer, and it gives all the information on how the red heifer is to be sacrificed. And everything about who is to do it and how they are to examine it. It's the name of the book is The Return of the Red Heifer, and I'm not sure who the author is.
It could be Rabbi Chaim Reichman, the founder and director of the Temple Institute.
All right, that's our broadcast for today, folks. Stay tuned for Crosstalk. Take care. And what you got?
Well, no,
we're back with WROS and with Worldview Tube.
Freudian slip.
Oh, I know. Can you
read
believe
that?
that? Michelle Obama. She said she says about herself, particularly as a black man. She said about herself.
Classic.
I mean, really?
Have you seen pictures?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know it's being taken out of context, right, Logan? She was really referring to her guy she's interviewing across the table.
Right.
Who's a black gentleman.
Right.
But yeah, it's going absolutely viral.
I see.
Yeah, it's a black gentleman across the table.
But
yeah, the way she said it made like son of herself, which is because everyone, a lot of people have questioned her.
Brilliant.
Yeah.
Great.
So that's going absolutely viral right now. Oh man. Let's see here. What else do we got? Aaron? Anything else?
Well, actually, an update.
Yeah.
Check this out. Right now, Bibi Netanyahu in the Prime Minister's office is meeting with his security cabinet because 2 days ago, Israel pledged to defend the Druze, and now is the time to demonstrate that commitment.
Okay.
So they're getting ready, and in the last short time, there have been 5 warning strikes against Jolani, 5 warning strikes. If the new regime attacks the Druze, we will intervene directly to hit them. So it's heating up.
Okay,
It's like,
so the new regime is no better than the old regime.
No, absolutely not. And people are asking, why are they attacking the Druze? The Druze are a threat to them, but there could be some strategy here because, the Druze are friends with Israel. And again, maybe to stretch us we've been talking for a while, Brandon, about how your concerns are America are getting stretched here, there, and everywhere. You know what? That could be a problem for us. We're getting stretched to help the Druze. We're getting stretched in Lebanon. We're getting stretched in Judea and Samaria. There was another front somewhere there. But yeah, this could be a concern for us as well. Yeah.
We're also getting a report from the Jerusalem Post. President Trump says, I believe there are fewer than 24 hostages left in Gaza.
Yeah, Brandon, this is, I heard Jonathan Pollard, and he's an ex-Navy man in the United States for the Navy. He worked for the Navy.
He was accused of spying for Israel,
Right.
went to jail for a couple decades, right?
It was about 30 years.
30 years?
Yeah.
And you ran into him now, totally.
I ran into him, yeah. But anyway, he gave an analogy. He said if a submarine is hit, the captain of that submarine, he will isolate that area that's been hit, and he will sacrifice that area, even if it means men and soldiers inside of that area, to save the rest of the ship. And he said, I'm all for saving the lives of these hostages, but for the greater picture, we have to win this war. And it just seems that Bibi, when it comes to hitting Hamas, putting the screws on, and I don't know if the public know, but we are taking out on average 30, 40, 50 terrorists a day in the Gaza Strip. So we're really getting close there to finishing them off.
Look at this headline. U.S.-Iran nuclear talks delayed. IDF strikes Hezbollah terrorists in Lebanon.
Yeah, and Brandon, there is our defense minister. He's talking about rallying troops and sending them into Lebanon. So again, this is what I'm talking about. We're getting drawn into Syria. We're getting drawn into Lebanon. We've got the fight going on in Judea and Samaria, the Gaza Strip. We've got fires raging. Right. It's unbelievable. It's what's going on.
I guess your people think it just doesn't stop.
You know what?
Ends.
It's really interesting, Brandon, because I was thinking about this yesterday, our Independence Day. When David Ben-Gurion stood up to declare independence, he knew that by declaring independence, he would be inviting a war from all the surrounding Muslim nations. What was he going to do? He declared it, and sure enough, the next day, All these Muslim nations attacked us. So nothing has changed. In fact, back then, I think we were far more vulnerable and at risk of being annihilated than we are today. Hard to believe. But because we didn't have an organized military back then, we had no water, we had no weapons, but obviously there is an unseen God who, it says, he that keepeth Israel neither slumbers nor sleep. He's watching over us. Yeah, he allows us to get spanked, to get hit a little bit there, to wake us up, to turn us back to him. But it's clear that he is faithful to his promises.
Do you, my friend Marty Goetz?
I don't know him personally, but I know I've been to a concert of his in Jerusalem.
Yeah, he's got a great song where he uses that scripture. Yeah, Marty's got great music.
Yeah, he does.
Psalm Enchanted Evening is his best CD, I think. Psalm.
I've seen it.
P-S-A-L-M, Psalm.
Yeah.
Psalm Enchanted Evening. Fabulous. Marty and I have been in concert together a few times.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. North Carolina, Wilmington, North Carolina, we did a concert together. And of course, when we were doing music together at our Ozarks conference for years. But yeah, some group found out that we were singing together. They brought us both in to do a concert in Wilmington, North Carolina. He is a gifted guy, great Messianic Jewish man, and his wife, Jennifer, and their daughter.
Yeah.
And their Jewish son-in-law, who's, I can't say more, but let's just say he's on our team here in the U.S. doing some great work at important levels.
Excellent.
Yeah. All right, that's our broadcast. Take care. Tonight on the Worldview Report, Steve Kirsch analyzes new Pfizer shot data supplied by the state of Florida to come up with a stunning figure for the number of Americans the COVID shot has killed. Israel gets hit by a wave of historic fires. Is it terrorism? A new report details how American researchers funded by the Department of Defense have helped the Chinese military get an edge in technology. The world is spending more on military armaments than at any time since the peak of the Cold War. And President Trump revoked the visas of thousands of foreign students with criminal records. All these stories and more as the Worldview Report begins right now.
This is Worldview Report with host Brandon House. Whether it is news from the nation's capital or your state capital, from the classroom to the boardroom, from national security to national and local news that impacts you and your family, Worldview Report is your trusted source for vital and uncensored news. And now, here is Brandon House.
Good evening and welcome to the Worldview Report. Leading off tonight, there's a new scientific paper that just came out of Florida. It compares the non-COVID all-cause mortality between the two major vaccine brands using a very carefully matching methodology. ACE researcher and statistician Steve Kirsch reports that the results, well, they were stunning. Kirsch says in a Substack post that if you got the Pfizer shots, your mortality rate was 36% higher than Moderna over the 12 months from when you were injected. Here's what he wrote, quote, "That's causality, no hedging anymore. This study is definitive and bulletproof. They did everything right. Let's assume, to be super generous, that the Moderna shots are super safe and don't increase all-cause mortality at all. That's not true, of course, but this is the best case," end quote. That means that Pfizer shots, at a minimum, must increase your all-cause mortality by at least 36%. What does that mean? Kirsch explains, he said, quote, "So that means that Pfizer single-handedly likely killed at least 470,000 Americans if the results in other states are similar to what they found when they looked in Florida," end quote. At least 470,000 Americans dead. These are husbands, fathers, mothers, and siblings who would still be with us if they hadn't gotten those shots. Kirsch goes on to state, quote, "Now, it's possible that all the bad Pfizer batches went only to Florida, but that seems highly unlikely due to the strict quality control measures that the FDA has in place," end quote. Vaccine dose fatality rate, well, is greater than the infection fatality rate. So even if The vaccine was 100% effective. It kills more than it saves. The resulting vaccine dose fatality rate was 0.157% for Pfizer in Florida. And according to Kirsch, this is nearly identical to the numbers that Andre Reddert found in his 30-country European Union study, one of the best studies of the pandemic. He concludes his Substack, Steve does, by asking, quote, "Isn't it amazing that nobody inside the FDA, CDC, NIH, or Congress, except Senator Ron Johnson, is calling for the shots to be stopped," end quote. Israel has been hit by a wave of fires that some suspect were being set by elements tied to the country's long-standing enemies, meaning Hamas. Israel National News reported that as darkness fell on Wednesday evening of this week, the Fire and Rescue Services Jerusalem District Commander warned of long, critical hours ahead as firefighters battled out of control fires raging on the outskirts of Jerusalem with no signs of slowing down. The fires in the Jerusalem hills, they erupted on Wednesday morning with the Fire and Rescue Service reporting blazes in at least 5 locations. The flames, they spread quickly as a stiffening heavy wind, hot wind, blew and made it more difficult to bring the, fires under control. Former U.S. Congresswoman Michelle Bachmann is currently in Israel and texted an update to Worldview Report co-producer Leo Holman. Here's what she told our producer, quote, "The fires are terrible. Highway 1, Israel's main highway, is shut down. This may be Israel's worst fire. Independence Day national events are canceled. The dust and smoke are terrible, even in my hotel room," end quote. Though it's too early to know for sure, Bachmann said she suspects the fires were set by jihadists at war with Israel. By Wednesday evening, the fire service said it had 163 firefighting teams on the ground and 12 firefighting planes battling the, areas surrounding Jerusalem. And there were several major hotspots, including multiple spots in Latron and others around the area. Dozens more firefighters and their units, they were tackling additional fires up and down the country at the same time. Dozens of people, they were hurt, though none, accordingly, were in serious condition. 2,900 acres are said to have been burned in the blazes, and that's according to Wednesday night. So those estimates are likely to go up, and those estimates are by the Jewish National Fund, which said that the Canada Park near Latron had been almost completely torched. In other news, we have a disturbing report out of the Washington Times. American researchers funded by the Department of Defense have helped Chinese military companies despite U.S. sanctions and other legal restrictions on such use. That's what the Times noted. And they cited a report by Parallax Advanced Research. At least $48 million in Pentagon funding has benefited the People's Liberation Army. That's what the report warns. And then the report added, quote, "The entanglement of DoD-funded research with Chinese military-affiliated entities raises urgent national security concerns, particularly as adversaries like China seek to exploit emerging technologies for strategic advantage," end quote. The report was written by L.J. Eads. He's director of research at Parallax and a former Air Force intelligence analyst. Eads said that despite Congress drawing clear red lines and legislation prohibiting work with Chinese military companies, the Pentagon is still funding research that benefits Chinese firms. He said in an email to the Times, quote, "We're talking about at least $48 million in taxpayer dollars helping the People's Liberation Army advance in artificial intelligence, cyber, and biotech, because current safeguards are toothless, informal, and routinely ignored. We're not just leaking research, we're funding our adversaries' weapons pipeline. Every dollar that flows to a project involving Huawei, BGI, China Mobile, or China General Nuclear Power Company and Group undercuts U.S. deterrence and hands the People's Liberation Army a strategic edge we'll regret in the next conflict, end quote. The U.S. government, for the past decade, well, they have sought to restrict transfers of technology to China that could boost Beijing's rapidly expanding military. The most recent examples is a ban on advanced NVIDIA microchips that can be used to power artificial intelligence. Defense Department funding has boosted work by several Chinese military-linked companies, either indirectly or directly, including Huawei, BGI, China General Nuclear Power Group, and China Mobile. That's according to the report. All are core components of China's military-industrial complex, so said the report. The report continues that the U.S. government efforts to prevent the loss of U.S. know-how to China's military have been insufficient. U.S. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. joined Dr. Phil this week to discuss the accomplishments of the second Trump administration after its first 100 days. A concerned citizen named Emily asked RFK about, quote, the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Chromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. How do we stop it? End quote. Listen to this response.
My name is Emily, and my biggest concern is the stratospheric aerosol injections that are continuously peppered on us every day. Bromium, aluminum, strontium, it's sprayed in our skies all day long. And I know you've talked to Dane Wigington about this. He seems to be one of the experts in the field.
Is there a question?
Yes. How do we stop it?
That is not happening in my agency. You know, we don't do that. It's done, we think, by DARPA. And a lot of it now is coming out of the jet fuel.
Yes,
so, you know, those materials are put in jet fuel. I'm going to do everything in my power to stop it. We're bringing on somebody who's going to think only about that, find out who's doing it, and holding them accountable.
Yes, sir.
So it's being done by DARPA, which for those of you who aren't aware, that's the research arm of the U.S. military, the Pentagon. And they're still poisoning their own people, folks, poisoning the soil and the land. In fact, last August, the HHS secretary vowed in a social media post to put a stop to what he called the crime, that's the word he used, the crime of chemtrail geoengineering. Watch this.
Would not intentionally spray my children or family with toxic aerosols, but as you must know, 80% or better do not have any family or children. Indigo pilots are chosen from the top ranks within the Air Force, Navy, and Coast Guard. Most of the pilots are, quote, hardened to humanity, unquote, and could care less about killing off unwanted or leeching aspects of America and the world. I swear to you, the majority of the pilots are like machines. I call them tanker terminators. We are paid more than any other pilot for our service, other than Air Force One pilots who make as much or more and are kept in a dark secret world for their own protection.
Turn up the 9230. Yep, 1692, Albuquerque, safe speed. 79. Yep, 625, Mark, further. Albuquerque, Falcon 204, Charlie Whiskey 390.
RFK Jr. responded to the posting of that video with the comment, quote, we are going to stop this crime, end quote. Music star Kid Rock has fired back at the corporate media over the selective reporting on President Donald Trump from leftist news outlets. Trump's first 100 days in office have been marked by historic executive action. The president has been battling major issues impacting the American people, such as the border crisis and global trade. However, another key aspect of this period is Trump's outreach to liberal foes like HBO host Bill Maher and Democrat Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Last month, President Trump and Bill Maher, they held a meeting at the White House. And despite years of blasting each other publicly, apparently they got along swimmingly. President Trump also changed his tune on Governor Whitmer during her visit to the Oval Office earlier this month. The president said Whitmer has, quote, done an excellent job, end quote, and in fact, called her a, quote, very good person, end quote. Well, on Tuesday, he announced a new series of fighter jets for Selfridge Air National Guard Base in southeastern Michigan. In the announcement, President Trump gave credit to Whitmer for, well, advocating for the base. Kid Rock called out the media for refusing to acknowledge President Trump's olive branches. Watch this.
Your assessment, Kid Rock, of the first 100 days.
Van-frickin-tastic. I mean, I think I heard it said this morning, he is the commander in chief, but I mean, having a businessman in chief, the business of America has been, as we all know, terrible, especially the last 4 years, but really for decades before this. And have somebody come in that just putting our country first, securing the border. I mean, I call him the dragon slayer for, all this woke DEI stuff that he took out, and just bringing the real fabric of America back, and patriotism at an all-time high, and our people are joining our military again. I mean, how much time do you got? I could go on and on and on.
A new report shows that global military spending increased by 9.4% from 2023 to 2024, as the war between Russia and Ukraine and the war between Israel and Hamas continues, all amid rising tensions across the globe. According to the Stockholm International Peace Research Institute's new study, world military spending increased by roughly 9.4% in 2024 to $2.72 trillion, marking the 10th year of consecutive increases and the highest increase in spending since the height of the Cold War back in 1988. The Stockholm International Peace Research Institute said, quote, military spending increased in all world regions, with particularly rapid growth in both Europe and the Middle East. The top 5 military spenders, the United States, China, Russia, Germany, and India, accounted for 60% of the global total, with combined spending of $1.63 trillion, end quote. According to the study, each of the world's top 15 spenders in 2024 increased their military spending, while the global military burden increased to 2.5% of global gross domestic product in the year 2024. In fact, over 100 countries around the world raised their military spending in 2024, according to the report, which added, quote, as governments increasingly prioritize military security, often at the expense of other budget areas, the economic and social trade-offs could have significant effects on societies for years to come, end quote. The report indicated that in addition to the increased global military spending in 2024, many nations have, quote, committed to raising military spending, end quote, which is expected to, quote, lead to further global increases in the coming years, end quote. According to the report, the United States was the biggest military spender in 2024, with nearly $1 trillion in military spending. They were followed by China with roughly $314 billion in military spending. We'll be right back after this short break. Hello, I'm Brandon House. Would you like to gain access to over 20 years of my radio shows, TV shows, my books? I've written 15 books, and most of those books are ebooks now. And we have conference DVDs, conferences where we filmed our conferences at the Ozarks, literally starting 20 years ago. It's all available in our archived vault. All you have to do is go to worldviewtube.com/vault, worldviewtube.com/vault, and for a reasonable monthly fee, you gain access to over 20 years of Christian worldview programming, news, information, books, documentaries, and a powerful search engine. And folks, it's a great way not only to educate yourself, equip yourself, but it's a big way that you can help fund our continuation as a broadcast network. Please check it out. worldviewtube.com/vault, worldviewtube.com/vault, and help us continue pushing out a Christian worldview. Welcome back from the break. Thank you for joining us tonight and every night, and for remembering we're brought to you by you. Will you please consider going right now to worldviewfoundation.com and making a contribution of any size? You'll also find our mailing address there if you prefer to support us through the mail. And you will find our phone number there if you prefer to make a contribution over the phone. Just simply leave a voicemail for Melissa or text her at that number on our website at worldviewfoundation.com. worldviewfoundation.com. We're leaving tomorrow, Friday, May 2nd, for the nation's capital. We have a week of filming, lots of appointments. We have filming press passes for 2 days on Capitol Hill for the whole week at the White House, and lots of interviews set up around the Washington, D.C. area, historic sites and great interviews. And we're bringing it all back to you guys to play on our network, Worldview Tube, as a free broadcast ministry, public education, and historical programming. A lot of history. A lot of stuff our kids and grandkids definitely need to know about our nation and our nation's founding. You're going to love it. A lot of historical and interesting stuff. I can't wait to tell you what we ended up filming. But again, it's going to be pushed out there as broadcast, education, and ministry programming. So we need your support to make it all possible. Think of us as your Christian worldview alternative to National Public Radio, National Public Television. We don't get government money. We don't get USAID money. We don't get big old liberal think tanks and foundations funding us. No, we're brought to you by you. Small contributions, some just $5, $10 a month, all brought to you by you, this network. So thank you for those even small contributions, and never underestimate a small contribution, because when added to the contributions of others, it adds up. We're able to do what we're able to do, and that again is because of you. Worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. Thank you. Some sad news to report now. One of the true information warriors of our time has passed away. The conservative think tank David Horowitz Freedom Center on Tuesday announced that its founder, David Horowitz, died at the age of 86. I had the honor of interviewing him just a few years ago. You'll find it in our vault at worldviewtube.com/vault. The center revealed that Horowitz, who of course is a renowned journalist and author, died after a lengthy battle with cancer. Horowitz was often referred to as a red diaper baby, having been raised by parents who were in the Communist Party. He eventually became a dynamic conservative, activist, and author. His son, Benjamin Horowitz, posted this to X, quote, "Rest in peace to my father, David Horowitz. We love you, Dad," end quote. Benjamin Horowitz, one of the co-founders of the venture capitalist firm Andreessen Horowitz, shared an obituary that highlighted his father's wide-ranging career, which included multiple books, the creation of the center, and an endorsement of President Donald Trump. In the obituary, we read, quote, "In the end, David helped countless people and expended every fiber of his being pushing society towards freedom. He may not have saved the world, but he most certainly made it a better place, especially for us. He was our superhero, and we will love him forever," end quote. He is survived by his sons, Ben Horowitz, Jonathan Horowitz, and daughter Ann. His other daughter, Sarah Rose, died in 2007. President Trump's administration has revoked the student visas of some 4,000 foreign students with criminal records. Some 90% were charged with a crime in the United States, including at least 500 who are accused of assault. That's what the New York Post reported. The other crimes included domestic abuse, DUI, child endangerment, wildlife and human trafficking, arson, and robbery. A federal government source told the Post, quote, "They came and they were breaking the law with no consequences. We set up a special action team to handle this," end quote. The State Department and the Department of Homeland Security cross-checked criminal records to target only the most serious offenders. The administration has been going full steam ahead to address immigration problems in President Trump's first 100 days. Perhaps in the future, other visa categories, not just students, will be looked at. That's what the source promised. Meanwhile, Secretary of State Marco Rubio has committed to Trump's zero tolerance policy for those on student visas, who sided with pro-Palestinian protesters. Rubio noted during Wednesday's cabinet meeting that, quote, no one's entitled to a student visa. If you come to this country as a student, we expect you to go to class, study, and get a degree. If you come here to vandalize a library, take over a campus, and do all kinds of crazy things, we're going to get rid of these people, end quote. Well, that makes sense, doesn't it? Well, now it's time for our nightly Worldview Report commentary. Zero Hedge reports that Europe's dangerous and radical shift to unreliable net zero energy, it was on full display during this week's massive power outage in Spain. And it has been nothing short of a disaster and an embarrassment for the far-left liberals high in their castles in Brussels. Tyler Durden, the top poster for Zero Hedge, wrote, quote, the progressives ramming green ideology down our throats seem completely divorced from reality, having steered the West toward a bleak future built on unreliable green energy, much of it sourced from China, end quote. He cited Kyle Bass, an environmentalist and chief information officer of Heyman Capital Management, who posted to X, quote, ask Spain and Portugal how net zero is going for them. Zero emissions, zero electricity, zero answers. Carney is a fool, doubling down on the instant replay. Canada is doomed, end quote. Durden noted that, meanwhile, China is rapidly expanding its reliable coal and nuclear power generation. So one can't help but wonder whether leftist politicians are indeed inadvertently sabotaging the very foundations of our West. In fact, he wrote, quote, the inconvenient truth for Western liberals is that fossil fuel power generation is what restarted Spain's power grid after the worst power blackout in a generation, end quote. Commodities analyst John Kemp wrote on X, quote, Spain's black start after the cascading power failure relied heavily on gas-fired and hydro generators to re-energize the grid and establish syncretism, end quote. Reform UK Party's Nigel Farage, he warned that the UK is at a risk of power blackouts because of insane liberals and their net zero lunacy. Watch this.
No beer in Benidorm. That's the headline in The Sun. The lights went out completely in Spain yesterday. Now, they boast they've got more wind and solar energy than any other country on Earth. Let me tell you this. At 8 o'clock this morning, our renewables were only producing 13% of our needs, and 21% of our electricity was being imported from overseas. If we carry on with renewable lunacy, the lights are going to go out here too. You heard it first.
Durden rightly deduces that the Spanish disaster signifies the urgent need for all power grids across the West to boost carbon-based power generation, well, in order to avert blackouts. So that means good old-fashioned coal and natural gas. He wrote, quote, net zero has put many Western countries on a collision course for disaster, end quote. We have the government-sponsored lies about climate change, and that's, well, thanks to people like Al Gore and the media's willing cooperation in spreading those lies for decades now. Then you add in Agenda 21, Agenda 2030 from the Earth Summit in Rio, which we were signed into by George H. Bush. And then, of course, the media demonizes those who expose the lies. And in the end, these lunatics, well, they're going to learn the hard way. Question is, are you ready for it? Because for so many years, we've been telling folks there are a lot of reasons to be prepared for the power to go out. EMP, cyber attack, natural solar flares from the sun, and now the crazy net zero green policies of the left. If the lights are on when you wake up every morning, you should thank the Lord. That's literally what one of the power guys in the Mid-South said to me years ago. Every day I wake up and the power is on, I'm quite surprised because our grid is so fragile, so old, and there are so many attacks against it and so many threats. He's just shocked the power's on when he wakes up. But what if it isn't one day? Are you prepared? You better be, because we're talking a difference between life and death, depending on how long the power's out. In fact, one study shows if the power grid were to be damaged by an EMP and stayed down for about a year, 80 to 90% of Americans they'd die from disease, starvation, and societal unrest. But what if it were just down for 2 weeks? Or a week? Are you ready for that? That does it for this edition of the Worldview Report. Thanks always for watching, for telling your family and friends about Worldview Report. Remember, you can go to worldviewstore.com, worldviewstore.com, and pick up a pack of 20 of our business cards, double-sided, full-color business cards. They're easy for you to pass out to family, friends, people you meet that you think might enjoy a network like Worldview Tube and a broadcast like Worldview Report. They're absolutely free, and you get a free pack. And if you give them all away, order up another free pack. We'll gladly send them to you. We've now, I guess, sent out over 15,000 of these. So thank you for helping get out the word about Worldview Report and Worldview Tube. And again, you can order those at worldviewstore.com. And thank you, as always, for your support at worldviewfoundation.com, worldviewfoundation.com. So next time I'm Brandon House, may God save America. Take care.
You're watching Worldview 2, built on the 35 years of Worldview books, documentaries, research, high-profile interviews, and the radio and television broadcasts of Brannon House.
Colonel Rob Maness has a lifelong record of providing dedicated service to this nation. Having worked his way up from the enlisted ranks to full colonel, he served our country for more than 32 years. He has served as a bomber squadron commander, bomb disposal technician, Joint Chiefs of Staff Operations Officer, assisted the National Security Team with the campaign plan for the global war on terrorism. He authored the first theater nuclear war plan and served as the Vice Commander of America's largest airborne intelligence wing. Colonel Rob Maness is a true American hero. This is Rob Maness Live.
Y'all act like you've never seen a psyop before. Jaws on the floor, Jake Lang sneaking through the back door, tweeting about Patriots, but he's Antifa hardcore. He's the J6 snitch, yeah, he's flipping the score. Jake, man, what's he hiding now? Working for the feds, got the MAGA crowd wowed, but the ex-sleuths are typing, calling out his clout. Is he the real Fed Shady? Time to find out, cause I'm Fed Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Jake Langs are just playing Patriot baby. So won't the real Fed Shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up, cause I'm Fed Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady, snitching from the cell block. I'm never gonna fade. See, so won't the real Fed Shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up. Yeah, I'm Jake Lang, the J6 mystery man. Say I'm a patriot, but I'm rocking Antifa's plan. Gotta give Sango $500,000 in the bag, but it's Fed hush money, not a patriot brag. I'm in the DC gulag, tweeting up a storm. Podcast from my cell, keeping feds informed. Started another militia, said let's start a fight, but it's just a front. I'm a Fed plant, right? They say I stormed the Capitol, swung a bat, oh my, but I was leading the charge for the FBI. Posting on X, I'm a martyr, believe me, but the ex-detectives say, Jake, you deceived me. I'm the king of the J6s, or so I claim, but I'm dropping names to the feds for fame. Call me Fed Shady, I'm playing both sides. Antifa in disguise, taking patriots for ride, cause I'm Fed Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady. All you other Jake Langs are just playing patriot baby. So won't the real Fed Shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up, cause I'm Fed Shady. Yes, I'm the real Shady, snitching from the cell block. I'm never gonna fade. See, so won't the real Fed Shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up. I'm out here scheming, got a telegram plot. Say it's for the Patriots, but it's feds I got. MAGA called my militia just a hyped up lie. 100,000 soldiers, nah, it's me and a guy. Got bounced from CPAC, made a big old scene. Yelled about brown shirts, but I'm working the scheme. They call me a rioter, I say I'm a saint, but I'm filing reports while I'm dodging the paint. My ex feeds popping 80K in my crew, but half of them are bots and the feds follow too. Patriots got my number, say I'm Antifa's pawn, wearing black block at night, a MAGA hat at dawn. Before Trump's pardon, things were looking grim. Don't expose the junkie who's been flipping on him. Cause I'm fed shady, yes, I'm the real shady. All you other Jake Langs are just playing Patriot, baby. So won't the real fed shady please stand up? Please stand up, please stand up. Cause I'm fed shady, yes, I'm the real shady.
The J6 prisoner infiltration story, that's what needs telling. Welcome to Whistleblower Wednesday here on the Rob Maness Show. And we're live on Worldview Tube, our X Spaces simulcast, Rumble, YouTube, Truth Social Plus, Amazon Fire, Apple TV, and Roku. And look for us to be on the channel lineups on Samsung and Roku and other locations like that real soon. Well, look, I've followed the story of the January 6th prisoner community infiltration since I first learned about it firsthand last year. We've all seen the factual stories emerge hinting that federal agents, confidential informants, and other human sources were in the crowd on January 6th and even provoked pockets of violence that happened that day. But lesser known is the story about the infiltration of the J6 political prisoner population itself, who those infiltrators are, and what was or is their mission. Now that the prisoners have been pardoned or had their sentences commuted in some cases, we need to take a deeper look at this issue, because if we do not, these same provocateurs will be free to continue creating chaos and violence in our society. Today, we're talking about this guy you just saw in the video there. And I like that tune. That was a great song. Wish we could have played all 4+ minutes of that video. But this guy, Jake Lang, I've got an eyewitness to his activities in the D.C. Gulag about this infiltrator and his recent activities to try and incite what sounds to me like a race war. And that's my guest today. He's one of those J6 political prisoners. Former U.S. Army Sergeant Tim Hale was held in the D.C. Gulag for years. Federal prosecutors tried to use protected speech against him in the sham trial he was convicted in on the notorious 1512C obstruction felony. I'm waiting to see some prosecutors charged with criminal activity for that one, by the way. But Tim wasn't charged with engaging in any violence or property destruction. Mr. Hale is also a former union leader and federal contract employee with the United States Navy. Tim, welcome back to the Rob Maness Show, my friend.
Well, thank you for having me, sir. It's great to be here. And we're going to have a whole album by next month. I guarantee you're going to have a whole album. And yeah, I'm looking forward to some
Is that
fancy
you singing
tunes.
on that? I ripped that off of your timelines. Was that you singing on that? Because it's great.
I have amazing pipes, don't I? No, it's completely AI. Completely AI. But I could take credit. Why not?
Well, if you created it, you're the curator, my friend. You need to publish that and sell it. You know?
Right? No,
I'm not opposed to making money.
the truth should never be behind a paywall. No.
There you go. Hey,
well,
that's
so,
good. I like it. I'm not saying put it behind the paywall, but sell it in record album places. You know, that kind of commercial activity. Anyway.
We gotta. I'm building my comedy career back up. I got to do what I can. These are rough times. But you know, sir, you hit on a very important point through this, which is that this kind of stuff really is going to keep happening, and it's just going to keep escalating into absurdity. So, I mean, for a long time, those of us who had to deal with that insanity inside the DC jail, the Gulag, we kind of were just yelling into the wind. Nobody knew what we were going through, what we were seeing, and nobody cared. And a lot of people actually tried to cover it up. But now people kind of see it for themselves. I think most people who see it aren't going to fall for this sort of psyop, but I think it's important people realize that this is just one thing in a long line of things. Before this, it was various militia plots. And so, yeah, these kinds of things are just going to keep happening. And it's my hope that in the future, we can have sort of like a church committee style investigation into how these kinds of things are carried out, because they're just going to keep happening. Another J6 could happen if we don't start checking this kind of behavior.
Oh, absolutely. I don't know if you saw any of the president's cabinet meeting from just a little bit ago, a few minutes ago, actually, but Secretary Marco Rubio was actually talking publicly about a whole organization within the Department of State that was tasked with monitoring and surveilling social media accounts of Americans and flagging them as disinformation spreaders, vectors, I think was the word he used, vectors of disinformation. And that's the kind of thing that we have to continue to open up to the world. And I believe that this issue is embedded in that world somehow, and it's got to be one of the ties into people like this. And this guy that I'm focusing on today is Jake Lang. I first heard about him from you when I met you face to face last year, and I told you then. I said, hey, we do need to look at that at some point. So this is my first opportunity to do that. So how long were you in the gulag with Jake Lang, and who is this guy?
So I was in there for the better part of 2 years, and with him in particular, it was on and off because he would incite riots and constantly get sent to the hole or transferred to other facilities. I think he was bounced between 20 or 21 different jails or prisons. He was actually my cellmate when we were in Virginia before we got to DC. He was the first guy I met on Con Air, where he was constantly bragging about assaulting the cops for 3 hours with a bat. And basically, he's an anarchist who's been posing as this J6 patriot. He was close with Zach Alam. He's the Antifa guy who got Ashley Babbitt shot through the neck. When he got a baseball, he actually received a baseball bat at the Capitol, which he was using to fight the cops with. He was actually handed that by another Antifa guy named Josiah Kenyon, who was a communist who told the FBI that he wanted to get Trump supporters shot. So what you end up having is that there are these people mixed into the crowds with us on January 6th. Not everybody was there for the same purposes. In the jail, a lot of people initially cut him a lot of slack, including myself, because he thought, well, maybe this guy is just an idiot. Maybe he just behaves like a child because he's spoiled or whatever. But he ended up he started trying to get people to sign incriminating documents. He started trying to enlist people in these militias to overthrow the government. One thing he did was he tried to get the Oath Keepers to sign a document called the Declaration of Sedition. This was right when they were given a superseding indictment for seditious conspiracy. Why would anybody do that? Yeah, I mean, the guy he tried to enlist me in a militia to overthrow the government. This is after the government is alleging I was trying to start a civil war. He tried to get other defendants, especially veterans and people with military experience, to take leadership roles in militias to overthrow the government. He did this 3 different times. Right after January 6th, if you watch that music video, I put a screenshot. There was some guy named Christopher Finney. I don't know this guy, but I believe about last year he was picked up. They found his information in Lang's phone. That was from his first militia plot. The second militia plot was in the jail with us. And then the third one was after I got out of prison. He started this group called Napalm USA, which was basically a Telegram group. They wanted you to, start communicating and coordinating and stuff. It's just a way to gather information. And so what you see is it's very reminiscent, actually. I'm sure you remember the Whitmer plot, the fake Fednapping plot out of Michigan, where you have this fake militia. Bunch of guys largely don't even know each other, and they basically get set up for supposedly trying to kidnap the governor because some people are saying a few things. You have like 2/3 of the people in that group are feds. This is how they do that kind of stuff. Everyone's like, yo, this is a really bad idea. Don't do this. We're not getting involved in this. And it just never ended. And it was just more of the same stuff. And this is really just the tip of the iceberg. And fortunately, sir, all my friends are out of prison now because Trump let everybody out, and they're co-signing what I'm saying. Everybody I was locked up with is corroborating what I'm saying. This isn't hearsay. This is real stuff that went on. And fortunately, now they're out and they can talk about it. But I think his little race psyop blew up in his face. I think most people are distancing themselves from it. But keep in mind, I was the one framed as this rabid neo-Nazi because of a Hitler mustache joke from 5 years ago. And how ironic is it that I'm the one calling out the very clear, obvious glow-in-the-dark psyop to incite racial tension? And here's what I think it is like, I think that you see this common thing where you have some bizarre degenerate thing over here, and then there's a controlled opposition counter narrative where you have these people who are there to basically rail against the degenerate thing. You see it with like the drag queen story hour thing. It's like, and so like, yeah, I think that what this was supposed to do was basically to lure people out who are frustrated about racial conflict in the U.S. and it was supposed to incite something. I think people didn't really fall for it, but that's what it is. It's about inciting racial tension, social tension, I should say. That's what I think.
I agree with you, and we're going to spend some time on that during the rest of the show too. Do you think we got to go to a break in about a minute and a half? But I just wanted to ask you this: did anybody fall for like the Oath Keeper guys signing stuff or any of that? Did they fall for it, or?
I think people were a little too loose with a little liberal with their signatures on certain things, but no, thankfully, I don't think anybody fell for his signature thing. Otherwise, the Oath Keepers would have been in a lot more trouble, and they already had people in the jail with us. It wasn't just, by the way, it wasn't just Lang. There, about at the worst point, I would say a third of the people that were in there with us when I was there were some sort of rat or Antifa. And so it was an uphill battle for everyone, especially the Oath Keepers. But yeah, fortunately, they weren't dumb enough to fall for that.
Yeah. I just want to mention before we go to the break, the effort patriotbidproject.com that's been started by Cynthia Hughes. You can follow her at RealPFP, Patriot Freedom Project. But the Patriot Bid Project is to help J6 couple. Look, the J6ers folks have been devastated. And the bid project's to sell a portrait. We'll put the portrait up in the next segment so you can take a look at it, and we'll call out the website again. My guest today is Tim Hale, a J6 political prisoner. He's calling out the infiltrators. Jake Lang appears to be one of them, and it's very important that we identify him and his activities for the safety of the United States of America. We'll be right back on Whistleblower Wednesday.
Hello, I'm Brandon House. Is the